This is Daily Story, where every episode opens a window into someone's lived experience. We appreciate you spending your time with us. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us get into the story. The silence in my apartment was a monster. It was not empty, it was waiting. Every shadow, every creak of the old building felt like a breath held, a whisper just out of reach. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive quiet. I would twist at every lock, shove the armchair against the door, but those were just flimsy walls against the insidious terror Ethan represented. He knew things. My secret nickname, Sarah Bear, my deepest, most private thoughts, like the no other glass cage, I would scribbled in my journal. How? That question was a parasite, burrowing into my brain, making me doubt my sanity, making every corner of my sanctuary feel violated. I stumbled back to the living room, my eyes darting, scrutinizing every inch. Was he here? Had he been here? The chilling knowledge he possessed, it felt like a violation. My journal was back in its hiding place, untouched, but the words about the glass cage stared back at me in my own handwriting, a stark reminder of his reach. If it was here, how did he know? Had he broken in, read it, then replaced it, or was it something far more sinister, tied to his talk of predictive algorithms, a violation so complete it left no trace? Hours had already passed in a hyper-vigilant haze. Every creak, every distant sound sent jolts of panic through me. I could not sit still, pacing from window to window, peering through the blinds, seeing only the indifferent glow of the city lights. My phone, clutched in my sweaty hand, felt like a useless brick. Who could I call? My friends would think me mad. The police would find no physical threat, only psychological torment. I was utterly alone, trapped in the glass cage he had described. And it all started with a swipe. A simple, thoughtless swipe on a dating app called Tinder. I remember it so clearly now. Every detail burned into my memory like a brand. It was a Tuesday evening. I was bored, scrolling through profiles, half-heartedly looking for a distraction. Then I saw Ethan's picture. He was handsome, in a rugged, intellectual kind of way. Dark hair, intense eyes that seemed to hold a secret, a slight, enigmatic smile. His bio was witty, intelligent, and did not scream serial killer, which, let us be honest, is a low bar these days. We matched. His first message was charming, not cheesy. He referenced something in my profile, a love for obscure indie films. He actually knew the director I mentioned, not just pretended to. We chatted for a few days, and it felt easy, natural. He seemed genuinely interested. Not just in my looks, but in my thoughts, my opinions. He asked insightful questions, and his responses were always thoughtful. I felt a flutter of excitement, something I had not felt in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, this could be different. We decided to meet for coffee. A public place, a bustling cafe downtown. Always a good first date rule, right? Keep it casual, keep it safe. I remember walking in, a nervous flutter in my stomach, scanning the faces. Then I saw him. He was already there, sitting at a small table near the window, sipping a black coffee, a book open beside him. He looked up, those intense eyes locking onto mine, and that slight smile spread across his face. He stood, pulling out a chair for me. A gentleman, my guard, which had been up a little, started to lower. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about everything, our jobs, our hobbies, our dreams, even our fears. He was a data analyst, he said, working for a tech company. He spoke about algorithms and predictive modeling with a fascinating enthusiasm. I, a graphic designer, found myself captivated. He seemed to genuinely listen, leaning forward, his gaze unwavering. And that is when the first tiny crack appeared in the perfect facade. He said, his voice, a low rumble. I had a feeling you would order the iced latte with oat milk. You just strike me as someone who appreciates the subtle nuances. He smiled, but it did not quite reach his eyes. I laughed, a little self-consciously. Oh, really? Am I that predictable? I had just ordered that exact drink. It was not a huge deal, but it was a little specific. I usually just got a regular coffee. Not predictable, he corrected, his eyes still fixed on me. Just observable. Patterns emerge if you pay attention, even in the seemingly random choices we make. He shrugged, taking a sip of his coffee. It is all data, really, and I am very good with data. It was a strange comment, a little too precise, a little too confident, but I brushed it off. Maybe he would see me order it before, or maybe it was just a common order for someone like me. Whatever, someone like me meant. I tried to shake off the tiny prickle of unease. As the date continued, these little moments started to accumulate. He mentioned my favorite band, a relatively obscure one, saying, "I noticed you had a concert tee for them in one of your Instagram photos." Great taste. Again, not impossible to know, but combined with the latte comment, it felt like he would done his homework more than homework. It felt like he would studied me. Then the conversation took a turn. We were talking about fears, and I, trying to be open, mentioned a childhood fear of being trapped, of feeling helpless, of being in a glass cage where everyone could see you, but no one could hear you scream. It was a silly, dramatic analogy I would use in my journal, a place where I poured out my deepest anxieties. The very words I would written about being trapped in this apartment now, I had not ever spoken those words out loud to anyone. Ethan's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, just enough for me to notice. His eyes, usually so intense, seemed to darken, to deepen. "The glass cage," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper, almost a sigh. "That is a powerful image. Sarah Bear, a very powerful image." My blood ran cold. Sarah Bear, the nickname my grandmother used to call me, a private, cherished name from my childhood, a name no one else knew. No one? Not my friends, not my exes, not even my closest family. Since my grandmother had passed away years ago, it was a secret I would kept locked away. I froze, my coffee cup halfway to my lips. My heart started to pound, a frantic warning drum. "What did you just call me?" I asked, my voice barely a tremor. He blinked, that charming smile returning, a little too quickly, a little too smoothly. "Oh, Sarah Bear. Just a silly little nickname I thought of. You seem so sweet, so innocent, like a little bear." He chuckled, a low, easy sound that did not reach my ears. It felt like a performance, but the chill was already spreading through me, like ice water in my veins. It was not a silly nickname he thought of. It was my nickname, and the way he had said glass cage, the way he would repeated it, almost savored it was not a coincidence. It was a direct quote from my journal. The air in the cafe, once warm and inviting, now felt thick and suffocating. My stomach churned. I tried to play it cool. "Oh." I forced a laugh. "That is cute." But my mind was racing. How could he know? Had I mentioned it in passing? No. Absolutely not. It was too personal, too sacred. The rest of the date was a blur. My polite smiles felt like grimaces. My answers were short, clipped. I just wanted to get out. He did not seem to notice, or if he did, he ignored it. He kept talking, his voice a smooth drone, but all I could hear was Sarah Bear echoing in my head. When we finally parted ways, he held my hand a little too long, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. I had a wonderful time. "Sarah Bear," he said, those dark eyes boring into mine. "I feel like we really connected. I can't wait to see you again." I mumbled something about having a busy week and practically ran home, my skin crawling. I deleted his number, unmatched him on Tinder. I tried to tell myself it was a fluke, a weird coincidence. Maybe he would heard someone else call me that once, years ago, and forgotten. Maybe the glass cage was a common metaphor. I tried, but the logic felt flimsy, like trying to patch a gaping hole with tissue paper. For the next few days, I was on edge. I kept checking my phone, expecting a message, a call, something. Nothing came. I started to relax, telling myself I was overreacting. He was just a weird guy, maybe a little too intense, but harmless. Then the emails started, not from him directly, but from obscure mailing lists I would never signed up for. Emails about personal security, about digital footprints, about the illusion of privacy. Each one felt like a taunt. Then came the coincidences. I went to my favorite coffee shop, the one I went to every morning. Ethan was there, sitting at a table, reading. He looked up, smiled, and waved. "Fancy meeting you here." "Sarah Bear," he called out, loud enough for a few people to turn and look. My face burned. I just nodded stiffly, grabbed my coffee, and left. The next day, I went to my gym. He was on the treadmill next to mine. "Getting your cardio in?" "I see," he said, his voice cheerful, as if we were old friends. "Good for the heart and the mind." I mumbled an excuse and left the gym early. It was not just places, it was the details. I posted a picture of a new plant on my Instagram story. An hour later, I got an anonymous text message. "Careful with that monstera. Sarah Bear, they need a lot of light, but not direct sun. You do not want to scorch those beautiful leaves." My stomach dropped. I had not even told anyone I bought a monstera, and my Instagram was private. How? That is when the fear really set in, a cold, hard knot in my gut. He was not just a weird guy. He was watching me. He was everywhere. He was in my digital life, in my physical life. He knew things that were impossible to know unless he had access to my most private spaces. My most private thoughts. He was a shadow, always just out of sight, always just a step behind. I tried to change my routine. I went to different coffee shops, different gyms. I stopped posting on social media. I felt like I was shrinking my world, trying to disappear, but he always found a way to remind me he was there. A carefully worded email, a text message, referencing something I would just done or thought. One evening, I was at my local bar, the Grindstone, a familiar, comforting place. I was trying to unwind, trying to forget, just for a moment, the suffocating feeling of being watched. I was halfway through a beer, chatting with the bartender, when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Having a good time. Sarah Bear. My blood ran cold. My heart leaped into my throat. I slowly turned, dread coiling in my stomach. It was Ethan. He was standing there, a predatory grin on his face, his eyes glinting in the dim light of the bar. "I thought I might find you here," he said, his voice a low purr. "You always come here on Tuesdays, do not you? It is your little ritual, your comfort zone." He leaned in closer, his breath warm on my ear. "But, Sarah Bear, comfort zones are just glass cages, easy to see out of, but impossible to escape." That was it. That was the breaking point. The casual, knowing way he said it, the possessive gleam in his eyes, the sheer audacity of it all. He was not just observing me, he was toying with me. He was telling me, in no uncertain terms, that he owned me, that my life, my secrets, my very existence were his to dissect and manipulate. A primal terror seized me. I did not look back, could not, as I scrambled off the bar stool, pushing past him, the city blurring into a menacing stage for my nightmare. Every shadow twisted into his form, every siren, a chilling reminder of his pursuit. I ran, my legs burning, not caring where I was going, only that I was getting away from him. Away from that grin, away from those words. Reaching my apartment building felt like breaching a fortress. My hands shook, fumbling with keys. The click of the lock, a deafening explosion in the quiet hall. I slammed the door, twisting every lock, pushing the armchair against it. Flimsy barriers against the insidious terror he represented. Now, I was here, trapped. The apartment, usually a sanctuary, was now a vacuum of terrifying silence. I stumbled through the dark, flipping every light switch, desperate to banish the encroaching shadows that whispered his name. My eyes darted, scrutinizing every corner. Was he here? Had he been here? The chilling knowledge he possessed, my secret nickname, my deepest fears, Sarah Bear, felt like a violation. I paced, my mind racing, replaying every interaction, every word. How could I have been so blind, so naive? He had seemed so perfect, so understanding, but it was all a carefully crafted illusion, a trap set with my own data, my own vulnerabilities. He was a predator, and I was his prey. The silence was punctuated by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I kept checking my phone, even though I knew no one could help. I scrolled through my contacts, but each name felt distant, irrelevant. How could I explain this? A guy from Tinder knows my secret nickname and a phrase from my private journal, and he keeps showing up places and sending creepy texts. They would think I was unhinged. I stopped by the window again, peering through a tiny gap in the blinds. The street below was empty, save for a lone car driving by, its headlights sweeping across the building opposite. The city lights, usually a comforting blanket, now felt like a spotlight, illuminating my fear, making me feel exposed. Suddenly, my phone vibrated in my hand. I nearly dropped it. My breath hitched. It was a text message from an unknown number. My heart hammered, a sickening dread washing over me. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the message, afraid to open it, afraid not to. Finally, with a trembling hand, I tapped it open. The message was short, just 2 words. Still pacing, Sarah Bear. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. My entire body went rigid. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen still glowing, the words a chilling accusation. He was here, or he was watching. He knew I was pacing. He knew I was trapped. My eyes darted to the window. Had I seen a flicker, a shadow that was not there before? My gaze swept across the building opposite, then down to the street. Nothing. Just the indifferent city. But he knew. I stumbled backward, away from the window, away from the phone, away from the chilling words. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around myself. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight, constricted by an invisible hand. The glass cage was not a metaphor anymore. It was real. I was in it, and Ethan, the charming, intelligent man from Tinder, was outside, watching, always watching. He had orchestrated this, step by chilling step, from a simple swipe to this suffocating, inescapable terror. I closed my eyes, but his predatory grin was burned into my eyelids. Still pacing, Sarah Bear. The words echoed in the terrifying silence of my apartment, a constant reminder that my nightmare had only just begun. I was alone, vulnerable, and completely, utterly trapped, and I knew, with a sickening certainty, that he was not going to stop until he had me exactly where he wanted me. Now let us continue with the next story. The suffocating feeling did not lift. It clung to me like a shroud as I burst out of the bar, the cool night air doing absolutely nothing to douse the firestorm in my gut. My apartment was a 10-minute walk, a distance I would covered countless times without a second thought. But now, the idea of him watching, following, was paralyzing. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers slick with sweat. But what would I even say? My Tinder date knows too much about my missing cat and my address. The words tasted absurd, even to me, but the terror was undeniably real. Desperate, I darted through alleyways, my heels clattering on the wet pavement, trying to lose him, constantly scanning the shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I saw nothing, no one, but the feeling of being hunted persisted, a primal instinct screaming in my ears. I did not stop until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I was finally, miraculously, standing on my own street. My building, a familiar brick structure with a friendly awning, looked like a fortress. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped them. The lock clicked, and I practically fell inside, slamming the heavy door shut behind me with a resounding thud that echoed in the quiet hallway. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, my chest heaving, the adrenaline still coursing through me like a potent poison. I locked the deadbolt, then the chain. Then I just stood there, eyes squeezed shut, trying to convince myself I was safe. But the silence in my apartment, usually so comforting, now felt heavy, oppressive. It was the kind of silence that held its breath, waiting. I forced myself to move, to check every window, every lock. The kitchen window, overlooking the fire escape, was secured. The living room window, facing the street, was latched. I even checked the back door, leading to a small, seldom used patio, though it was always locked. Everything was exactly as I would left it. Yet, the air in my apartment felt disturbed, like someone had been there, just moments before I arrived. My reflection in the darkened window showed a pale, wild-eyed stranger. My hair was disheveled, my makeup smudged. I looked like I had just escaped a nightmare, which, in a way, I had. I paced the small space, my mind racing. Mark. His name was a bitter taste in my mouth. How could a seemingly normal, charming man I would met online turn into this? He knew my address, my name, the fabricated presentation, and, most chillingly, my missing cat. Whiskers. My beautiful, fluffy ginger cat. She would have been gone for 3 weeks, just vanished. I would posted flyers, put out food, called shelters, but nothing. The grief had been a heavy blanket, making my usually vibrant apartment feel empty and cold. And now, Mark had brought her up, so casually, so possessively. My Tinder date knows too much about my missing cat and my address. The words still felt ridiculous, but the dread was anything but. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he would seen one of my flyers, but the flyers were only posted within a few blocks of my apartment, and he would mention it before I even got close to my street. He had not been guessing. He knew. I pulled out my phone again, my thumb hovering over the contacts. Who could I call? My best friend, Chloe, would freak out. My parents would insist I move back home. The police, what would I tell them? A guy I met online knows where I live, and that my cat is missing, and he gave me a creepy smile. They would probably tell me to block him and be more careful. But this felt different. It felt like a threat. I decided to start with the digital world. I opened Tinder, my heart thumping against my ribs. I scrolled through my matches, my finger trembling as I found his profile. Mark. His picture, a smiling, seemingly harmless face, now looked sinister. A mask hiding something truly monstrous. I tapped on his profile, and that is when my blood ran cold. His profile was gone. Completely, not just unmatched, but deleted. It was as if he would never existed on the app. He would erased himself, leaving no trace, no way for me to find him or for anyone else to match with him. He was a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom who had materialized in my life only to haunt it. A wave of nausea washed over me. He had not just unmatched me, he would vanished. It was deliberate. It was planned. He did not want to be found. I threw my phone onto the couch, the soft cushions doing little to muffle the sickening thud. My mind reeled, trying to piece together the fragments. How did he know so much? My address, my name, my cat. Then it hit me. Social media. I was not overly public, but I had an Instagram account, mostly pictures of sunsets, food, and, yes, whiskers. Lots of whiskers. Her fluffy face. Her playful antics. I occasionally tagged my location in my stories, like at my favorite coffee shop or a local park. Nothing that screamed stalker bait. I thought, but to someone looking for information, someone with a twisted agenda, it could be a roadmap. I grabbed my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard. I logged into Instagram, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I scrolled through my old posts, my eyes scanning for any clues, and there it was, a picture of Whiskers, curled up on my favorite armchair, sunbeams streaming through the window. I would posted it a month ago, with the caption, "My little sun worshipper, making herself at home in our cozy little apartment." And in my naivete, I would tagged my location, my street name, not the exact address, but close enough for someone to narrow it down. My stomach lurched. He had not just seen it, he would studied it. The armchair, the window, the way the light fell. He knew my apartment. He knew my cat. I checked my followers. A quick scan showed nothing suspicious. No unknown accounts, no fake profiles. But then I remembered people could view profiles without following. He could have been watching me for weeks, months, before he even messaged me on Tinder. The thought was sickening. I typed Mark's name into the search bar, then his supposed last name, anything I could remember from our brief conversation. Nothing. He was a phantom, a whisper in the wind. He had scrubbed himself clean, leaving only fear in his wake. The apartment felt colder, despite the rising heat of my own panic. I pulled a blanket around myself, but it offered no comfort. Every creak of the old building, every distant car horn, made me jump. I kept glancing at the windows, imagining his face peering in, his predatory amusement. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible scratching sound. It seemed to come from the kitchen. My breath hitched. I froze, straining my ears, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. Silence. I must have imagined it. Just the old building settling, or maybe a branch scraping against the window. But then it came again. A distinct, rhythmic scratching, lighter this time, like fingernails on wood. It was coming from the back door, the one that led to my small patio. My blood ran cold. I was not imagining it. Someone was out there. Panic seized me. I scrambled for my phone again, my fingers fumbling as I tried to unlock it. Police. I needed to call the police. But what would I say? Someone's scratching at my back door. They would probably tell me to stay calm and that it was likely an animal. But I knew it was not an animal. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was Mark. I crept towards the kitchen, my bare feet silent on the cold linoleum. My eyes darted to the back door, a thick wooden door with a small, frosted glass pane at the top. The scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening, my body rigid with fear. Nothing. Just the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then, a soft thud. Something had been left on my patio. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to know, but a morbid curiosity, a horrifying need to understand what new torment he had devised, pulled me forward. I tiptoed to the door, my hand hovering over the deadbolt. I knew I should not open it. I knew it was a trap, but I had to see. I peeked through the frosted glass, my vision distorted, blurry shapes of my small patio. Nothing. I could not see anything clearly. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I slowly, carefully unlocked the deadbolt. My hand was shaking so badly I almost could not turn the knob. I pulled the door open just a crack, barely an inch, and peered through the sliver. My eyes immediately fixated on the ground, right outside the door. There, nestled on my patio, was a small, familiar object. A bright red cat toy, shaped like a mouse, with little plastic eyes and a frayed stringtail. It was Whiskers' favorite. She used to bat it around for hours, chasing it under the couch, bringing it to me as a gift. My stomach lurched, and I almost gagged. This was not just a toy. This was her toy, the one she would play with constantly, the one I would last seen her batting around in the living room, the day before she vanished. I recognized the tiny teeth marks on its plastic nose, the way the stringtail was half chewed. It was undeniably Whiskers' toy, and it was sitting there on my patio. as if someone had deliberately placed it there for me to find. My mind screamed. He did not just know about Whiskers. He had Whiskers, or he had her. A cold, suffocating dread washed over me, stronger than anything I would felt before. This was not a bad date. This was not a creepy stalker. This was something far, far worse. This was a monster, toying with me, demonstrating his power, his complete invasion of my life. I slammed the door shut, locking it with frantic urgency, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I stumbled backward, clutching my chest, gasping for air. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. He had my cat. He knew my cat. He had taken her. The thought of Whiskers, my sweet, trusting Whiskers, in his hands terrified me more than anything. Had she been scared? Had she suffered? My heart broke into a million pieces. I stumbled to the living room, collapsing onto the couch, my body racked with sobs. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I could see was Mark's chilling smile, his possessive gaze, and the image of Whiskers, toy, a cruel trophy left on my doorstep. Then, my phone buzzed. I flinched, staring at it on the coffee table, a glowing rectangle of terror. I did not want to look. I did not want to know, but I could not look. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. It was an unknown number, a text message. My eyes blurred with tears, but I forced myself to read it. She was a feisty one, was not she? Just like you. Do not worry. Sarah. I took good care of her. She is sleeping now. Just like you will be soon. My blood ran cold. The words were a punch to the gut, stealing what little air I had left. He was telling me he would kill her, my beautiful cat. And he was promising the same for me. My scream was a strangled sound, tearing from my throat. This was not a game. This was not a warning. This was a declaration of war. He was here. He was outside, and he was not leaving until he got what he wanted. I scrambled off the couch, my legs still shaky, but fear lent me a strange, desperate strength. I had to get out. I could not stay here. My home, my sanctuary, had become a tomb. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, anything I could carry. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. The front door was too risky. He was probably watching it. The back door led to the patio, where he had just been. The fire escape. My apartment was on the second floor. The fire escape was right outside my kitchen window. It was old, rusty, but it was my only way out. I tiptoed to the kitchen, every shadow seeming to lengthen, every sound amplified. My eyes darted to the window, the one I would checked just minutes ago. It was still locked. I fumbled with the latch, my fingers slick with sweat. It clicked open. I pushed the window up, the old frame groaning in protest, the sound echoing loudly in the silent apartment. I peered out into the darkness. The rusted metal ladder of the fire escape stretched down into the alley below, a dark, winding path. It looked terrifying, but less terrifying than staying inside. I started to climb out, one leg over the sill, then the other. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would explode. The cold night air hit my face, a welcome shock. I gripped the cold metal railing, my knuckles white, and began to descend, slowly, carefully, trying not to make a sound. My feet found the rungs, one after another. I was halfway down when I heard it, a faint creak from inside my apartment. He was inside, my breath caught in my throat. He must have had a key, or he would pick the lock. While I was sobbing on the couch, he had been making his move. I froze, clinging to the cold metal, my body pressed against the brick wall. I could hear faint footsteps, moving slowly, deliberately, through my apartment. He was searching for me. I dared not move, dared not breathe, my ears strained, listening to the horrifying sounds of my sanctuary being invaded. soft thud of a door opening, then closing. The rustle of fabric. He was in my bedroom. A wave of nausea washed over me. He was going through my things. He was touching my life. I forced myself to move again, to continue my descent. The ladder swayed slightly under my weight, a terrifying creak echoing in the silence. I winced, praying he had not heard it. I was almost at the bottom, just a few feet from the ground, when I heard a louder sound. A shattering crash from inside my apartment. He was destroying things. He was making his presence known. I dropped the last few feet to the ground, landing awkwardly, twisting my ankle. A sharp pain shot up my leg, but I ignored it. I had to run. I darted into the alleyway, limping, my heart hammering. The darkness was absolute, save for a faint glow from a distant street lamp. I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing and the thumping of my injured foot on the pavement. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I stumbled through the refuse-strewn alley, my mind a blur of terror and grief. Whiskers! My poor Whiskers. I reached the end of the alley, emerging onto a quieter side street. I looked left, then right. Deserted, I started to run again, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle, my eyes scanning for any sign of life, any light, any hope. Then, I heard it. A low chuckle. It came from behind me, echoing in the quiet street. The same chilling chuckle I would heard in the bar. I froze. My blood turning to ice. I did not dare turn around. I did not dare look. Going somewhere. Sarah. His voice was calm, almost playful, yet laced with a sadistic amusement that made my skin crawl. You forgot something. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I knew what he meant. He meant me. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face. I could not run. He was too fast. He was everywhere. Do not worry, he continued, his voice closer now, just behind me. I could feel his breath on my neck. We are going to have so much fun. Just like Whiskers, and I did. A cold, hard object pressed against the back of my head. I did not need to see it to know what it was. A gun. My world went black. I do not know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on something cold and hard. My head throbbed, and my ankle screamed in pain. The air was damp and smelled of mildew and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. I opened my eyes slowly, my vision blurry. I was in a small, dark room. No windows. A single bare light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting long, grotesque shadows. The walls were concrete, stained with what looked like old water damage. And then I saw it. In the corner of the room, on a small, makeshift table, was a collection of objects. My eyes widened in horror. There was Whiskers, red mouse toy. Next to it, her favorite blue collar with its tiny silver bell. And next to that, a small glass jar. Inside the jar, floating in a clear liquid, was something that made my stomach churn and my throat seize up. It was Whiskers' eye, her beautiful emerald green eye staring out at me, lifeless and cold. A choked sob escaped my lips. He had done this. He had taken her apart. He was a monster. My gaze snapped to the other side of the room. There, sitting on a wooden chair, watching me with that same predatory amusement, was Mark. He was smiling. A wide, unsettling smile that showed too many teeth. "You are awake," he said, his voice soft, almost gentle. "Good. We have so much to talk about." Sarah. So much to catch up on. He stood up, slowly, deliberately, and walked towards me. My body screamed for me to run, to fight, but I was paralyzed by fear. By the image of Whiskers, I in that jar. By the sheer, unadulterated evil radiating from him. He knelt down in front of me, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "You see, Sarah," he whispered, his voice dangerously close. "I do not like it when people leave me, especially when I have gone to such great lengths to get to know them." He reached out a hand, and I flinched, but he merely brushed a stray strand of hair from my face. His touch was cold, clammy. "And you, Sarah," he continued, his smile widening, "you are going to be a very interesting project. Much more interesting than Whiskers ever was." He stood up again, turning his back to me, and walked back to the table with the jar. He picked it up, holding it aloft, the single eye inside reflecting the light bulb. "Do not worry," he said, without looking at me. "I promise. I will take even better care of you than I did her." And that is when I knew this was not just a nightmare. This was my new reality, and there was no escape. The suffocating feeling was back, stronger than ever, and this time it was here to stay. The next story comes in softly. All right, gather round, folks, because what I am about to tell you, it is one of those stories that'll make you want to throw your phone in the ocean and move to a cabin in the woods. This is not just about a bad date. This is about a line being crossed. A violation so deep it feels like it is carved into your very soul. This is about Sarah, and how her entire world became a glass cage. My blood was already running cold hours after the encounter with Ethan. His predatory smile, the way he would utter Sarah bare and glass cage my deepest, most private secrets, they were on a horrifying loop in my mind. I was huddled in my apartment, every lock bolted, furniture shoved against the door. My sanctuary felt like the most dangerous place on earth. I would try to find him online, but he was a ghost, a terrifying phantom existing only on that dating app. A digital specter who'd materialized just to shatter my world. How did he know about the glass cage, my private metaphor for entrapment scribbled in my journal years ago? And Sarah Bear, my grandmother's secret endearment? His chilling words echoed. It is all data. Sarah, information is everywhere. But this was not public data, this was me. Paranoia consumed me, every creak of the old building. Every shadow sent jolts of pure terror. I was certain he was watching. Even as I pulled blinds and checked empty streets, the silence in my apartment was oppressive, amplifying my frantic heartbeat. Then a new wave of dread hit me. What if he had not just found the information, but accessed it remotely? My phone, laptop, tablet extensions of myself, repositories of my entire life. I had to know how, sifting through my laptop, my trembling hands, navigating files. I stumbled upon a hidden folder in my cloud storage temp files backup. My heart pounded as I opened it. Inside were system logs, encrypted data, and a series of chilling screenshots. My blood ran colder than it had in the cafe. The screenshots were of my desktop, my email inbox, and then the page from my digital journal detailing the glass cage, time-stamped a week ago. Days before we even matched. A choked gasp escaped me. He had not just known he had been in my computer, he would seen my most private thoughts, and that is where the real nightmare began. The laptop screen, usually a friendly glow, now felt like a malevolent eye staring back at me. It was a window into my stolen privacy, and through it, I imagined Ethan's face, that predatory smile, watching me. Nausea clawed at my throat. I stumbled to the bathroom, dry heaving over the toilet, the taste of bile bitter in my mouth. It was not just my computer, it was me that had been violated. My thoughts, my feelings, my most vulnerable self, laid bare for a complete stranger. A predator. I dragged myself back to the living room, staring at the laptop. The temp files backup folder. What was it? A breadcrumb? A taunt? Or perhaps a digital trophy cabinet? My fingers hovered over the trackpad, hesitant to touch it again, as if the very act of interaction might open another unseen door for him. But I had to know. I had to understand. How could he have done this? My computer was password protected. My cloud storage was supposedly secure. The silence in the apartment was no longer just oppressive. It was screaming. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, felt amplified, distorted, like the world outside was closing in, whispering his name. I pulled the blinds tighter, as if a thin sheet of fabric could protect me from the invasive gaze I felt burning into my back. My apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a glass cage, exactly as I would describe it in my journal. He had not just known my metaphor, he had made it real. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. I flinched so violently I nearly knocked over my lamp. It was just a notification from a news app, but my heart hammered against my ribs. Disconnect. I had to disconnect everything. But then what? How would I call for help? Who would I call? My friends would think I was spiraling. My parents would worry themselves sick. And what would I even say? Hi, a guy I met on Tinder hacked my computer, read my journal, and knows my grandmother's secret nickname for me. It sounded insane. It was insane. I started with the laptop. I shut it down, not just sleep mode, but a full power off. The screen went dark, and a sliver of relief, tiny and fragile, broke through the terror. Then my phone, I went into settings, turning off Wi-Fi, cellular data, Bluetooth, airplane mode. Then I pulled the charger out and tossed it onto the couch. My tablet, my smart speaker, anything with an internet connection was silenced, unplugged, rendered inert. It was a futile ritual. I knew if he could get in once, he could probably get in again, but it felt like I was reclaiming some small piece of control. The apartment was truly silent now, save for the frantic thumping of my own heart. The air felt thick, heavy with unspoken threats. I paced, my bare feet cold on the wooden floorboards. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, taking on monstrous shapes. I kept glancing at the door, then the windows. Was he out there? Was he watching? His words echoed. Again, it is all data. Sarah, information is everywhere. But how did he get the data? That was the question that gnawed at me. A relentless parasite in my mind. I remembered the cafe. We would met there. A public Wi-Fi network. Could it have been that he was so calm, so collected, while I was talking, laughing, he could have been doing something? My stomach lurched. I had used my laptop there, just for a moment, to check an email. A quick, innocent connection. Was that all it took? A momentary lapse in judgment, and he had gained access to my entire life. The thought was unbearable. I sank onto the floor, my back against the locked door, pulling my knees to my chest. The cold floor seeped into my bones, but I barely noticed. I was trapped in my own home, trapped by my own technology, trapped by a phantom who knew me better than anyone. Hours bled into what felt like an eternity. The sun had long set, plunging the city into darkness, only to be replaced by the sickly yellow glow of streetlights filtering through my blinds. I had not eaten. I had not slept. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. Every fiber of my being was screaming, but I could not make a sound. I was paralyzed by fear. Then, a new sound. Faint, almost imperceptible, a scratching sound. My breath hitched. I froze, straining my ears. It came from the living room, near the window. I slowly, painstakingly pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and protesting. My eyes darted to the window, the blinds still tightly drawn. The scratching again. A rhythmic, deliberate sound, like claws on glass. My heart leaped into my throat. No, it could not be. I live on the 3rd floor. It had to be something else. A branch. A rodent? But the sound was too distinct, too focused. It was coming from my window. I crept forward, each step an agonizing effort, my eyes glued to the blinds. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It was a silence that felt heavy with expectation, like a predator holding its breath. Then, a faint, almost invisible shadow flickered at the very edge of the blind. A shadow that was too large to be a branch, too angular to be an animal. It moved, slowly, deliberately, tracing an outline on the window pane. I could not see what it was, but my mind supplied the image a hand. A human hand. My blood ran cold. He was here. He was outside. How? How did he know which apartment? How did he get up to the third floor? A ladder. A balcony. The thought was absurd, yet the terror was bone deep. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the window. My hand reached for the heaviest object. I could find a heavy ceramic vase that usually sat on my bookshelf. My knuckles were white as I gripped it. I did not know what I would do, but I was not going down without a fight. The scratching started again, this time closer to the center of the window, and then a sound that made my stomach drop into my feet. A whisper, faint, muffled by the glass, but undeniably there. Sarah Bear. The vase slipped in my sweaty grip, clattering to the floor. I did not even register the sound. My entire world narrowed to that window, that whisper. He had used my grandmother's endearment, the one he would use in the cafe, the one he would stolen from my private thoughts. He was taunting me. He was confirming his presence. My mind raced. I could not stay here. I had to get out. But where? The front door was barricaded, and even if it was not, he was outside, probably waiting. The window. 3 stories up. No. I scrambled back to my laptop, my earlier fear of touching it forgotten. I needed to know how. I needed to understand his method. If I knew how he got in, maybe I could find a way out. I powered it back on, my fingers fumbling with the keys. The screen glowed to life, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. I navigated back to the temp files backup folder. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely click. Inside, beyond the screenshots, were more files, encrypted data, system logs, and one small text file, simply titled readme.txt. My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. I opened it. The text was simple, stark, and utterly chilling. Hello. Sarah, did you really think your little glass cage could protect you? It was so easy. A simple script. A public network. You practically invited me in. You left the door open. Sarah Bear. Always do. I have been watching you for a while. You are quite fascinating. Do not worry. I am not going anywhere. Ethan. My vision blurred. A simple script. A public network. I practically invited him in. The words twisted in my gut. He was right. I had been careless. I had treated the digital world like a playground, not a battlefield. And now I was paying the price. But the last line, I am not going anywhere. A loud, deliberate thump came from my front door. It was not a knock. It was like something heavy had been pressed against it. My barricade, he was testing it. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I slammed the laptop shut, needing to get away from the glowing screen, away from the digital world that had betrayed me. I scrambled to my feet, looking around wildly. There was no escape. I was trapped. The glass cage was closing in. My eyes fell on my kitchen. A knife. A heavy pan. Something. Anything. I crept into the kitchen. My movements jerky and uncoordinated. I grabbed the largest chef's knife from the block. Its cold steel, a faint comfort in my trembling hand. It felt absurd, holding a knife against a hacker, a digital ghost. But he was not a ghost anymore. He was here. Another thump against the door. Harder this time. The furniture I would piled against it groaned under the pressure. He was trying to get in. I backed into a corner of the kitchen, the knife held out in front of me, point shaking. My breath came in ragged gasps. I was going to die here. In my own apartment, surrounded by my own things, hunted by a man who knew my secrets. Then, the sound of glass shattering. Not my window. It came from downstairs. Loud, violent crash, followed by a muffled shout. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was mixed with a jolt of confusion. What was that? Was he breaking into another apartment, or was someone else here? A sudden, sharp ringing pierced the silence of my apartment. My phone, the one I had put on airplane mode, the one I had unplugged, it was ringing. I stared at it, lying inert on the coffee table. It was impossible. It could not be ringing. Yet the sound was clear, insistent. A jarring, almost mechanical ringtone I did not recognize. I slowly approached it, my knife still clutched in my hand. The screen was dark, but the sound continued. It was a phantom ring. A trick. He was messing with me. Then the ring stopped, and a new sound filled the air. A voice. Coming from the phone, it was Ethan. His voice, calm, clear, as if he were standing right beside me. But it was not a call. It was like a pre-recorded message, playing directly through the phone's speaker, despite it being off. Did you really think you could hide? Sarah Bear. His voice was smooth, almost purring. You are in my glass cage now, and I hold the key. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He was controlling my phone, even when it was off. He was everywhere. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then the entire apartment plunged into darkness. Pitch black. The only light was the faint, eerie glow of my laptop screen, which had somehow powered itself back on, displaying the readme.txt file. The words, "I am not going anywhere," burning into my retina. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I could not see anything. My breath hitched. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of my heart. And then, another sound. A soft, deliberate click, or from my front door, a sound of my deadbolt disengaging. He had bypassed the barricade, the locks. He was coming in. I stumbled backward, the knife still in my hand, scraping against the wall. My mind screamed for me to run, but there was nowhere to go. My apartment was no longer a home, it was a trap. A faint beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the living room. A flashlight. It moved slowly, deliberately, illuminating patches of my apartment, my furniture, my personal belongings. And then it landed on me. I stood frozen, bathed in the harsh white light. The knife, a useless extension of my trembling hand. He was standing in the doorway, a tall, dark silhouette against the barely visible light from the hallway. He held a small, powerful flashlight in one hand, and in the other something else. Something dark and metallic. His voice, no longer a phantom from my phone, but real, resonant, filled the oppressive darkness of my apartment. "Hello, Sarah Bear." His eyes, illuminated by the beam of his own flashlight, gleamed with that same predatory amusement I would seen in the cafe. He took a step into the room. Then another. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear, wishing this was all a nightmare. But the cold dread, the scent of fear, the sound of his slow, deliberate footsteps, it was all too real. "Do not be scared. Sarah," he purred, his voice closer now. "It is just data. And you. You are a treasure trove." I opened my eyes, determined not to let him see my fear, even as my body shook uncontrollably. He was closer now, close enough for me to see the faint, disturbing smile playing on his lips. The metallic object in his hand, it was a small device, wires trailing from it, a screen glowing with indecipherable symbols. He raised his free hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed a single finger at my laptop, which still glowed with the readme.txt message. "See, I told you, I am not going anywhere." Then his gaze swept over me, taking in my disheveled hair, my tear-streaked face, the knife clutched in my hand. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "That won't help you. Sarah Bear, you can't fight data with a knife." He took another step, closing the distance between us. My back was pressed against the cold kitchen wall. There was no more space to retreat. The glass cage was complete. He was inside it with me. The last thing I saw before my world went dark was his face, illuminated by the flashlight, that chilling smile, and the knowledge in his eyes that he had won. He had found me. He had taken everything, and now he was here. The sound of the knife clattering to the floor was the last thing I heard before the silence swallowed me whole. The silence of a broken glass cage, and the lingering dread that some nightmares, once they begin, never truly end. And now the next part begins. My blood still runs cold hours after the encounter with Ethan, his predatory smile, the way he would uttered Sarah Bear and Glass Cage, my deepest, most private secrets they loop in my mind, a horrifying echo, huddled in my apartment, every lock bolted, furniture shoved against the door. I knew this was not just a bad date, it was a profound violation. He was a ghost online, a terrifying phantom who'd materialized just to shatter my world. How did he know about my journal's glass cage metaphor, or my grandmother's secret endearment? It is all data. Sarah, you had said, but this was not public. This was me. A new dread hit. What if he had not just found the information, but accessed it remotely? Sifting through my laptop, trembling hands found a hidden cloud folder temp files backup. My heart pounded as I opened it. Inside were chilling screenshots, my desktop, my email inbox, and then the page from my digital journal detailing the glass cage, time-stamped a week ago, days before we even matched. A choked gasp escaped me. He had not just known he had been in my computer, he would seen my most private thoughts. Nausea clawed at my throat. It was not just my computer, it was me that had been violated. My apartment, once my sanctuary, was now his glass cage. The silence screamed. I started systematically disconnecting everything. Laptop, phone, tablet, smart speaker. A desperate, futile ritual to reclaim control. But the question gnawed how. Then it hit me: the cafe, its public Wi-Fi. I would use my laptop there, just for a moment. Was that all it took? A momentary lapse, and he would gain access to my entire life. I sank to the floor, back against the locked door, utterly, terrifyingly trapped. The cold tile floor pressed against my back, a stark contrast to the burning shame and terror that consumed me. My apartment, my sanctuary, felt like a transparent box, every wall suddenly made of glass. And Ethan, that smiling predator, was on the other side, watching. He would seen everything. My journal, my emails, my desktop. He would been inside my life, rummaging through my thoughts and secrets like a thief in the night. Only, he had not stolen physical objects. He would stolen my sense of safety, my very privacy. The disconnected devices lay around me like discarded organs, each one a monument to my foolish trust. My laptop, its screen dark and lifeless, seemed to mock me. My phone, a silent slab of glass and metal, no longer a lifeline but a broken promise. I would thought I was protecting myself by cutting the cords, by severing the digital tether. But what if it was too late? What if he was not just out there, but somehow still in here? The silence in the apartment was no longer peaceful. It was heavy, suffocating. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My own breath sounded too loud, ragged in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image of his eyes, dark and knowing, as he would said. It is all data. Sarah. Data he would stolen. Data he would weaponized. My mind raced, replaying the cafe scenario, the bustling coffee shop, the free Wi-Fi, the quick email check, a moment of distraction. It was so mundane, so innocent. How could something so ordinary lead to such an extraordinary violation? Was it some sophisticated hack? A virus? or something simpler, more insidious? The thought made my stomach churn. It meant anyone, anywhere, could be vulnerable. It meant my entire life, everyone's life, was just an open book waiting for the right pair of eyes to read it. I stayed on the floor for what felt like hours. A prisoner in my own home. My legs ached. My throat was dry, but the fear was a physical weight pinning me down. Eventually, a different kind of dread began to creep in, the dread of inaction. I could not just sit here and cower. I had to do something, anything, to fight back, to understand. But what? Call the police? What would I tell them? A guy I went on one date with knew my private thoughts because he hacked my computer through public Wi-Fi. It sounded insane, like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. They would probably tell me to change my passwords and move on. They would not understand the depth of the violation, the way he would touch the most intimate parts of my soul. They would not understand the glass cage. No, this was something I had to figure out myself, or at least I had to try. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. My muscles protested, stiff from the cold floor. My eyes scanned the room. Every shadow a potential hiding place, every object a possible surveillance tool. I even eyed my smart speaker lying inert on the counter. Was it truly off? Could it still be listening, even without power? The paranoia was a poison, seeping into every corner of my mind. I walked over to the kitchen, my movements jerky and hesitant. I needed water, something to cut through the dryness in my throat. As I reached for a glass, I caught my reflection in the dark window above the sink. My face was pale, eyes wide and haunted, hair disheveled. I looked like a stranger, a ghost of myself. That is when I noticed it. On the windowsill, tucked behind a small potted plant, was a tiny, intricately folded paper crane. It was not mine. I knew it was not. I had never folded a paper crane in my life, and I certainly had not left one there. My blood ran cold again, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. How could it be there? My apartment was locked, bolted. I would have been home all day. No one had come in unless he would been here before I would even known about the screenshots, before I would ever suspected. A choked whimper escaped me. The crane was a message, a calling card, the chilling confirmation that he had not just accessed my digital life, he would access my physical space. He would have been here in my home while I was out, or perhaps even while I was asleep. The thought was so profoundly violating, so utterly terrifying, that my knees buckled. I gripped the counter, my knuckles white, fighting the urge to scream. The glass cage was not just a metaphor anymore. It was a reality, and he was already inside. I stumbled backward, away from the window, away from the tiny, innocent-looking paper crane that now felt like a venomous spider. My eyes darted around the apartment, searching, scrutinizing. Was there anything else? Any other sign? My gaze fell on my bookshelf. A small, almost imperceptible shift. One of my favorite books, a worn copy of Rebecca, was angled slightly differently than I remembered. It was a tiny detail, something I would normally dismiss as my own forgetfulness. But now, in the shadow of the paper crane, it screamed, he was not just watching me from afar. He had been here. He had moved things. He had left a sign. He was playing with me, toying with me, like a cat with a mouse. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I had to get out. I had to run. But where? If he could get into my apartment, if he could access my most private thoughts, where was safe? My phone lay on the coffee table, a useless brick. I needed a way to contact someone. Anyone. But the thought of reconnecting to the internet, even for a second, sent shivers down my spine. It felt like opening a door to him, inviting him back in. Then, a flicker of an idea. My old flip phone. The one I kept in a drawer for emergencies, with a prepaid SIM card I rarely used. It was ancient, not smart, not connected to any cloud services. It was my last, desperate hope for a secure line. I rummaged through my desk drawer, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. It was still there, tucked away beneath old bills and receipts. I fumbled with the tiny buttons, my fingers clumsy with fear, and powered it on. The old-school Nokia startup sound was a bizarrely comforting noise in the terrifying silence of my apartment. Who could I call? My best friend, Chloe. No, I could not drag her into this. She would panic, and I needed a clear head. My parents, they would be terrified, and I did not want to worry them with something so unbelievable. Then it hit me, Mark, my ex-boyfriend. He was a software engineer, a brilliant hacker in his own right, though he only used his skills for good. He would understand the tech side, the Wi-Fi vulnerability. He would believe me. And despite our breakup, I knew he still cared. I typed in his number, my thumb trembling. It rang once, twice, then clicked. Hello. Mark's voice, familiar and calm, was like a balm to my frayed nerves. Mark, it is Sarah. I need your help. Something really bad has happened. My voice cracked, betraying the terror I was trying to suppress. There was a pause. Sarah, are you okay? You sound really shaken up. No. I am not okay. I think someone hacked my laptop, and I think they have been in my apartment. I poured out the story, the words tumbling out in a rush. The date with Ethan, the Sarah bear and glass cage, the screenshots, the cafe Wi-Fi, the disconnected devices, and finally the paper crane and the shifted book. Mark listened, silently, patiently. I could almost hear his mind working, processing the information. When I finished, there was another long silence. Sarah, he said, his voice now serious, devoid of any past affection or judgment. This is really serious. Are you absolutely sure about the crane and the book? Mark, I swear, I live alone. I am meticulous. That crane was not there, and no one else has a key. Okay, listen to me. First thing, do not touch anything else in your apartment that seems out of place. Do not try to clean anything. Treat it like a crime scene. Second, you need to get out of there. Immediately. But where do I go? If he knows where I live, come to my place. I will be home in 20 minutes. Do not go anywhere else. Just grab your keys, your wallet, your flip phone, and get out. Do not take anything else. Do not look back. I will leave the spare key under the mat for you, just in case I am not there yet. Lock your door, but do not worry about securing it. Just get out. His instructions were clear, concise, and filled with an urgency that solidified my own fear. I did not argue. I did not hesitate. I grabbed my essentials, shoved them into my purse, and with one last terrified glance at the paper crane on the windowsill, I unlocked my door. The hallway was empty, silent. I crept out, pulling the door shut behind me, the click of the lock echoing in the stillness. I did not run, but I walked with a frantic urgency, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every sound seemed to amplify. I felt like I was being watched, every step monitored. Down the stairs, out the building, into the cool night air. I hailed a cab, relief flooding me when it pulled up. Inside. I gave Mark's address, then sank back into the seat, trying to calm my racing heart. Mark's apartment was a sanctuary. When I arrived, he was already there, waiting at the door. He pulled me inside, his face etched with concern. Are you okay? Did you see anyone? I shook my head, tears finally starting to fall. No, I just wanted to get out. He sat me down on his couch, handed me a glass of water, and then, with a professional seriousness I would rarely seen from him, he began to ask questions. He wanted every detail, every interaction, every suspicious moment. The public Wi-Fi is a classic entry point, he explained, leaning forward, his brow furrowed. especially if it is unsecured, or if he used a sophisticated, man-in-the-middle attack. He could have intercepted your traffic, injected malware, or even cloned your device's MAC address to gain deeper access. But the screenshots from a week ago, before we even matched on Tinder, Mark's expression darkened. That is the chilling part. It means he was not just opportunistically hacking you at the cafe, he was targeting you. He had already laid the groundwork, or he was looking for specific targets. The cafe was just where he activated the final stage, or maybe just confirmed his access. He pulled out his own laptop, a sleek, powerful machine. We need to go through your digital footprint. Sarah, everything, every social media account, every old forum, every online purchase, he might have pieced together information from multiple sources, then used the hack to confirm it or gain deeper access to your private thoughts. For the next few hours, we delved into the digital abyss. Mark, with his expert eye, navigated through my online history, pointing out vulnerabilities I would never even considered. An old blog from college where I would mention my grandmother's endearment, a forgotten forum post about my struggles with anxiety where I would use the glass cage metaphor, a public photo on Instagram that showed the layout of my apartment, giving him clues about where to leave the crane. He is a digital archaeologist. Sarah, Mark said, his voice grim. He dug up every shard of you he could find, then he used the hack to put them all together to create a complete picture, and then he used that picture to terrify you. But the paper crane that still gnawed at me, the physical intrusion, Mark, how did he get into my apartment? He sighed, running a hand through his hair. That is the hardest part to explain without more information. It could be a master key, a professional lockpick, or he could have just followed you home, observed your habits, and found a moment when you were careless. Maybe you left a window unlocked once, or he watched you hide a spare key. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He had been watching me for weeks, possibly even longer. Before the Tinder match, before the cafe, before I even knew he existed. He had chosen me, stalked me, infiltrated my life, and then, like a predator, he had revealed himself. We need to report this. Sarah, Mark said, closing his laptop. To the police. Now, this is not just a hack. It is stalking, breaking and entering, and psychological torment. It is serious. I nodded, numbly. He was right. I could not fight this alone. We spent the next day at the police station. The officers listened, taking notes, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. The digital evidence was circumstantial screenshots on my laptop, the cafe Wi-Fi theory, the physical evidence, the paper crane, the moved book, was easily dismissed as paranoia or my own forgetfulness. We will open a file. Miss Evans, the detective said, his voice polite but dismissive. We will look into this Ethan character, but without a last name, without a digital trace that connects him directly to the hack. It is going to be difficult, and the apartment, it is not really a clear case of forced entry. My heart sank. They did not get it. They did not understand that this was not about a broken lock or a stolen wallet. It was about a shattered sense of self, a violation of my very being. Mark, however, was unwavering. We will make a case. Sarah, he promised. We will keep digging. He left a digital trail somewhere. They always do. For the next few days, I stayed at Mark's. He insisted, saying it was not safe for me to be alone. I tried to work remotely, but my concentration was shattered. Every notification on Mark's phone, every knock at his door, sent a jolt of fear through me. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly on edge. Then, 5 days after the encounter, a new kind of terror began. It started subtly. My old flip phone, the one I thought was safe, began to receive strange, anonymous texts. Miss me, Sarah Bear, your cage looks so empty without you. Do not worry. I am still watching. My blood ran cold each time. How could he have my flip phone number? It was not connected to anything online. It was a relic, a ghost from the past. Mark was baffled. "This is a whole new level," he said, his face pale. "It means he found your number through some other means. Or he knew it already. Or he is using some kind of advanced social engineering. Maybe he tricked your old provider into giving it to him." The texts continued, growing more frequent, more personal. They mentioned things I would done that day, things only someone who was watching me would know. "Nice walk with Mark. He is a good friend. Did you enjoy the pizza tonight? The blue dress really suits you." He was watching me at Mark's apartment. My new sanctuary was compromised. The glass cage had expanded to encompass Mark's home too. There was no escape. One night, as I lay awake, unable to sleep, a new text came in. This one was different. It was not just a taunt, it was a command. "Go home. Sarah, I miss you there. I have made some changes for you. Something to make your cage feel more you." My breath hitched. He wanted me to go back to my apartment, the place where he would been, the place he would violated. What changes had he made? The thought was unbearable. I showed the text to Mark, who immediately called the police again. This time, with the escalating texts and the clear threat, they took it more seriously. They agreed to send an officer to my apartment to check for any signs of forced entry or tampering, and to secure the premises. The next morning, with 2 police officers and Mark by my side, I returned to my apartment. My heart pounded with a mixture of dread and a desperate need for closure. The officers swept the apartment, their flashlights probing every corner. They found no signs of forced entry. The locks were intact. The windows were secure. But I knew he would have been there. As one officer checked the bedroom, I walked into the living room, my eyes scanning the familiar space. Everything seemed normal, yet subtly off. The air was heavy, charged with an unspoken presence. Then I saw it. My journal. The physical one, the one I kept under my bed, the one with the glass cage metaphor written in my own hand. It was open on my coffee table, right where my disconnected phone still lay. And on the page, in neat, elegant handwriting that was not mine, was a single, chilling sentence. "Now you truly know what it feels like. Sarah Bear." My vision blurred. This was not just a hack. This was not just a stalker. This was something far more sinister, far more personal. He had not just read my thoughts. He had entered them, physically manifested his presence in my most intimate space, and rewritten my reality. "Sarah, what is it?" Mark was by my side in an instant, his voice full of concern. He saw the open journal, the unfamiliar handwriting. His face went ashen. The officers, alerted by Mark's alarm, came into the living room. They saw the journal, the text. Even they could not deny the physical evidence. "Now, he has been here," one of the officers said, his voice grim. "He was here recently. This is a clear case of breaking and entering and aggravated harassment. But it was more than that. So much more." As they began to process the scene, I felt a strange shift within me. The fear was still there, but beneath it, a cold, hard resolve began to form. He wanted to trap me in a glass cage. He wanted to break me. He had underestimated me. He had revealed himself. He had made a physical move. And now, I had something concrete. I looked down at the journal, at his neat handwriting on my page. My glass cage metaphor, once a private symbol of my struggles, was now a shared space, a twisted bond between me and my tormentor. But in that moment, as the police moved around my apartment, as Mark stood protectively by my side, I realized something. He might have built the cage, but he did not own the key, and I was not going to stay trapped inside. The terror had not vanished. It would linger, a phantom limb of my violated privacy, but a spark had ignited within the glass walls. A spark of defiance, a determination to fight back. I still did not know how he knew my flip phone number or how he got into my apartment without a trace. Those questions still gnawed at me, a lingering horror. But, for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a flicker of hope, a fragile sense of agency. The glass cage was real. But now, so was my resolve to shatter it. And Ethan, wherever he was, watching, waiting, would soon find out that his Sarah Bear was no longer a helpless victim. She was a survivor, and she was coming for him. And that, I realized, was a horror he had not anticipated. A different story comes in next. The days had bled into weeks, each one a sluggish, suffocating crawl. My apartment, once a haven of soft purrs and gentle bumps, had become a tomb. The silence was a physical weight, pressing down on me, crushing the air from my lungs. Midnight's absence was not just a memory. It was a gaping, festering wound in my chest, a constant throb that pulsed with every beat of my own terrified heart. I walked these familiar rooms now like a ghost in my own life, each step echoing in the hollow space Midnight left behind. The emptiness was unbearable. I tried to fill it, anything to drown out the predatory quiet. I binge-watched shows, cleaned obsessively, even started baking, though I had no one to share the results with. But nothing worked. The silence always crept back in, whispering that I was alone, truly alone. And worse, it whispered that I was next. One particularly bad night, after hours of staring at Midnight's favorite sunbeam on the rug, a place now screaming its vacancy, I did something I never thought I would. I opened Tinder. It felt desperate, pathetic even. But the thought of another night, another week, in this mausoleum of memory, with only the echoes of phantom meows for company, was too much. I needed a distraction. I needed to feel like a normal person, even for an hour. I swiped through a few profiles, mostly blurry selfies and gym bros. Then I saw Mark. His profile was normal. Handsome, clean cut, a few pictures of him hiking, and one with a dog that looked like a golden retriever. Worked as an architect, lived in a decent part of town. He seemed safe, normal, a potential escape. We matched. His first message was polite, friendly. We chatted for a few days. He seemed understanding when I vaguely mentioned going through a tough time, saying he would been through similar losses. It was vague enough that I did not have to explain Midnight, but enough to make me feel a flicker of connection. We decided to meet for a drink at a quiet bar downtown. It felt like a lifetime since I had been out. The bar was dimly lit, cozy, with low jazz playing. Mark was already there, sitting at a small table near the back. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile on his face. He was even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. "Hey," he said, his voice warm. "You made it?" "Hey," I replied, feeling a nervous flutter. "Sorry, I am a little late. Traffic was a nightmare." We sat down, and the waiter came to take our order. As soon as the waiter left, Mark leaned forward slightly, his smile softening. So he began, "I am really sorry about Midnight, by the way. Tough loss." My breath caught in my throat. The jazz music suddenly seemed to stop, replaced by a roaring in my ears. I blinked, trying to process his words. Midnight? I had not told him Midnight's name. I had not told him I even had a cat, not specifically. I would only said I was going through a tough time. "Midnight?" I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. How did you know about Midnight?" He chuckled softly, a low, reassuring sound. "Oh, I must have seen it on your profile, or maybe you mentioned it in one of our messages. I have a terrible memory sometimes, but that name stuck with me. It is a sweet name for a cat." I quickly scrolled through our messages in my head, then mentally reviewed my Tinder profile. No mention of Midnight. I was sure of it. I had been so careful not to put too much personal information out there. A cold knot started to form in my stomach, but I tried to push it down. Maybe I had mentioned it, buried in some casual remark, and just forgotten. My mind had been a fog lately. "Right," I said, forcing a smile. "Yeah, she was. She was special." He nodded, his eyes strangely intense. "I can tell. It is always the quiet ones that leave the biggest holes, is not it? Especially when they just vanish." The way he said vanish sent a shiver down my spine. It was too specific, too close to the truth of what had happened, or what I feared had happened. He continued, I mean, pets, they are like family, and when they are gone, especially without a trace, it leaves you wondering, searching. It was looking at me, really looking at me, and I felt a prickle of unease. His eyes, which I would initially thought were kind, now seemed to hold a strange, almost knowing glint. I tried to change the subject. So, you mentioned you are an architect. That sounds interesting. He talked about his work, about old buildings and new designs, but his gaze kept returning to me, lingering a little too long. He would bring the conversation back to my life, but in a way that felt invasive. So, you live in that old brick building near the park, right? He asked casually, taking a sip of his beer. The one with the big oak tree out front. My heart leaped into my throat. How? How did you know that? I asked, my voice thin. He shrugged, a nonchalant gesture that did not match the sudden tightness in my chest. Oh, I just remember you mentioning the park, and I know that area pretty well. I have done some work on a few buildings around there. Just a guess. It was not a guess. My building was an old brick building, and it did have a big oak tree out front. I had not mentioned either of those details to him. Not in my profile, not in our messages. A wave of ice washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was too much. I started to feel acutely aware of my surroundings. The dim lighting, the sparse crowd. It suddenly felt less cozy and more isolating. Mark's charm, which had initially drawn me in, now felt like a carefully constructed facade. His questions became more probing, not just about my interests, but about my routine, my apartment, my feelings about being alone. It must be tough, being by yourself in an apartment after so long, he mused, swirling the ice in his glass. That silence, it can really get to you, can't it? Make you feel like you are the only one left. He seemed to understand my grief too well, almost too intimately. It was as if he was echoing my own private thoughts, the ones I only whispered to myself in the dead of night. He made a casual remark about how easy it is to feel watched in a big city, or how some people just disappear. It felt like a subtle threat, cloaked in empathy. I tried to steer the conversation away, back to his work, anything to break the unnerving focus on me and my loneliness. But he would subtly bring it back, his eyes flicking around the bar, not just at me, but at the entrance, the windows. Was he looking for someone, or was he just observant? My skin crawled. I felt a primal urge to flee. I glanced at my watch, making a show of it. Oh wow, is it that late already? I really should get going. I have an early start tomorrow. It was a lie, but I needed an out, desperately. Mark's smile did not waver, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Already, we just got started. But I understand. It was really nice meeting you, though. Let me walk you to your car. Oh, you do not have to, I said quickly, maybe a little too quickly. It is just around the corner. Nonsense, he insisted, already standing. It is late, and I could not let you walk alone. Besides, I need to stretch my legs. His insistence felt less like chivalry and more like, command. I did not argue, mostly because my mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get away from him as quickly as possible. We walked out into the cool night air. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. Every step felt heavy, like I was wading through thick mud. He walked close beside me, his presence a suffocating weight. So, which way are you headed, he asked, as if he did not already know. Towards Elm Street. I mumbled, pointing vaguely. Ah, the one with the cute little cafe, right? He said, nodding. They make a pretty good latte there. You go there often. My favorite cafe. I did go there often. I had never mentioned it to him. My blood ran cold. He knew my apartment, my neighborhood, my cat's name, my habits. How? As we approached my street, he pointed, casually, at my building. Is that your place, the one with the flickering porch light? The porch light was not flickering. It was out completely, something I would meant to fix for days. But the way he said it so confidently made me question myself for a split second. Then, a wave of pure terror washed over me. He knew which apartment was mine. He had been watching. My building loomed ahead, dark and silent. It looked less like a home and more like a trap. I sped up, fumbling for my keys. "Well, this is me," I said, trying to sound normal, trying to put as much distance as possible between us. He stopped at the bottom of the steps, his hands in his pockets. He was still smiling, but it was a chilling, knowing smile that did not reach his eyes. It was a pleasure, really. I had a wonderful time. He took a step closer, and my instincts screamed at me to back away. "I will see you around," he said, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Then he added, "Sarah, my full name, not just my first name, which I would given him, my full name. I had not given him my last name. Ever." I did not reply. I just bolted up the steps, my hand shaking so violently, I almost dropped my keys. I jammed the key into the lock, twisted it, and threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut behind me. I immediately flipped the deadbolt, then the chain lock. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. I leaned against the door, gasping for air, tears stinging my eyes. The silence of my apartment, which had been so suffocating before, now felt like a terrifying echo chamber. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything. Nothing. Just the frantic thumping of my own heart. My phone buzzed in my hand. I flinched, almost dropping it. It was a text from Mark. "Had a great time tonight. You really brightened up my evening." I stared at the message, my fingers trembling. I typed a quick, polite but firm reply. "Thanks, you too. But I do not think we are a match. Good luck with your search." I immediately blocked his number. A minute later, my phone buzzed again. A new message from an unknown number. "Did you just check the locks again? Sarah." So careful. My blood ran cold. He had to be outside. He had to be watching. My breath hitched in my throat. I stumbled to the window, peering through the blinds. The street was empty. The oak tree swayed gently in the breeze. Nothing. No car, no shadow, no sign of him. But I knew he was there. I felt it, a cold, undeniable certainty. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hyper-alertness. Every shadow played tricks. Every creak of the old building sent a jolt of ice through my veins. The phantom meows I had been hearing since midnight vanished were now amplified, but I could not tell if they were real or my imagination. I kept thinking I heard a scratch at the door, a faint purr just beyond my reach. But it was all just the silence, mocking me. The next morning, I was a wreck. I called the police, trying to explain. They listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in their voices. "He just seems like an intense guy, madam. He did not threaten you, did he?" "No physical contact." I had to admit he had not. They advised me to change my locks, be careful, and call them if he actually did something. "There is not much we can do based on a bad date, madam." I felt utterly alone, completely vulnerable. I changed my locks that afternoon, installed extra deadbolts, and put wedges under the windows. It felt futile. If he knew my full name, my address, my habits, what good would a few extra locks do? That night, as I was walking up to my apartment building, my heart already pounding, I noticed something on my doorstep. It was a single, long, black cat hair. Midnight's fur was black. I picked it up, my fingers shaking. It was too perfect, too deliberate. A message. The stalking intensified. I would see glimpses of him, a shadow in the distance, a car driving by slowly, slowing down as it passed my building. I started taking different routes to work, checking my rearview mirror constantly, but no matter what I did, I felt his presence. One afternoon, I found a small velvet bag on my car windshield. Inside, nestled on a bed of dry grass, was a tiny, intricately carved wooden mouse, and beside it, a small, silver bell. Midnight's collar had a silver bell. I dropped the bag, my stomach lurching. This was not just some creepy guy. This was someone who knew Midnight, who knew me, intimately. I stopped sleeping. My nights were a dizzying spiral of half-dreams and sudden, breathless awakenings. I started leaving the lights on, all of them. The apartment was bright, but it did not feel safe. It felt exposed. Then came the texts from random numbers. Always short, always chilling. Still missing your little friend. I know how you feel. It is not safe out there either. Sarah, you should be home. One morning, I woke up to a faint, metallic smell. I traced it to my living room. On the coffee table, carefully placed in the center, was a small, ornate silver locket. It was not mine. I picked it up, my hands trembling. It was old, tarnished. I managed to pry it open. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded picture of Midnight, a photograph I would taken myself, one that had never left my phone. On the other side, a lock of black fur. My breath hitched. My entire body went cold. He had been inside. He had not just watched me from outside. He had been inside my apartment. While I was sleeping, the new locks, the extra deadbolts, the window wedges, they were meaningless. He had gotten in. He had been in my sanctuary, my tomb, and left me a gift, a terrifying memento. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The crash echoed through the silent apartment. My mind raced, trying to grasp the reality of it. He had been here. He had touched my things. He had taken something of Midnight's, or something that reminded him of her, and brought it back. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the silence. I froze. My blood turned to ice. It was not Midnight. Midnight was gone. And it was not a phantom. It was real. It came from the shadows near the kitchen. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching. The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic scratching sound. Like claws on wood. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, an old, wrought iron poker from the fireplace. My hands were slick with sweat, but I gripped it tight. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. "Who is there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible, trembling uncontrollably. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It felt heavy, expectant, like the air before a storm. Then, from the darkest corner of the living room, near the large, antique bookshelf, 2 points of light glowed in the gloom. Eyes, not cat eyes. Human eyes. They were fixed on me, unblinking, filled with an unsettling intensity. A low voice, a voice I now recognized with a sickening lurch, whispered from the darkness. "You should not have gone out. Sarah, you should have stayed home with me." It was Mark. He was there. Inside my apartment. He had been here, watching me, playing with me, all along. Midnight's disappearance was not random. It was a prelude. And now, he was finally ready for the main act. I screamed, a raw, primal sound ripped from the deepest part of my gut. I swung the poker wildly, blindly, towards the glowing eyes. There was a sickening thud, a sharp intake of breath, and then a quick, scrambling movement in the dark. I did not wait. I did not look back. I did not care if I hit him or if he was still there. I just ran. I threw open the front door, barely remembering to unlock it, and burst out into the hallway, screaming at the top of my lungs. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Away from the tomb, away from the silence, away from Mark. I ran down the stairs, out into the cold night air, not stopping, not looking back. My apartment building, my home, was no longer a haven. It was a hunting ground. And I was the prey. I never went back. I never called the police again. I knew it was useless. They would not believe me. Not really. I moved to a different city, changed my name, cut off contact with everyone I knew. But it did not matter. The terror never left me. Every shadow, every creak, every unexpected sound sends a jolt of ice through my veins. The silence still whispers, but now it is his voice I hear, always. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear the faint jingle of a silver bell, because I know he is out there, and I know deep down that he is still watching, always. Let us go ahead and move to the next story. You know that feeling when you finally think you are safe? That deep breath you take after a close call, the way your shoulders drop, the tension bleeding out of your muscles. Yeah, I thought I knew that feeling. I thought I would earned it. After what I would been through, after the whole Mark situation, the digital stalker who somehow knew my apartment, my cat, the very air I breathed. I thought once he would vanish, once his profile was scrubbed clean from the internet, I could finally start to heal. But that is the thing about nightmares, is not it. Sometimes they do not end when you wake up. Sometimes they just change shape. I spent weeks after Mark's disappearance, living like a ghost. Every shadow was him. Every creak in the floorboards was a footstep. I double-checked every lock, every window, every single night, until my fingers were raw and my mind was a tangled mess of paranoia. My poor cat. Whiskers probably thought I would lost my mind, jumping at every noise, peering through the blinds like a terrified detective. I deleted all my social media, scrubbed my online presence cleaner than a freshly bleached countertop. I changed my routine, my grocery store, even the route I took to work. I wanted to be invisible. I needed to be invisible. Eventually, though, the silence started to get to me. The isolation. There is a certain kind of loneliness that creeps in when you are constantly looking over your shoulder, when every new face feels like a potential threat. My friends tried to help, but how do you explain to someone that you feel like you are being hunted by a phantom, that a guy you only knew online somehow managed to map out your entire existence? One night, feeling particularly pathetic and utterly alone, I found myself staring at my phone. Tinder. I would deleted it, of course, along with everything else. But a part of me, a small, foolish part, yearned for some kind of normalcy, some connection that was not tainted by fear. Maybe, just maybe, if I was careful, if I was smart, I could dip my toe back into the dating pool, find someone who could be a distraction, a human shield against the crushing weight of my own anxiety. So, against every gut instinct screaming at me, I re-downloaded the app, made a new profile, sparse and vague, giving away nothing but a few carefully curated photos and a bio that read something like, looking for good conversation and maybe a laugh or two. I swiped with a sense of detached curiosity, not really expecting anything. And then I saw Liam. His profile was simple. A few clear photos, one smiling at a camera, another hiking in what looked like a national park, a third with a friendly-looking golden retriever. His bio mentioned a love for indie movies, hiking, and trying new coffee shops. He seemed normal, safe. His eyes, even in the photos, had a kind, gentle quality. He was not overtly handsome, but there was an approachable charm about him. And honestly, after weeks of living in a state of hypervigilance, normal and safe sounded like heaven. We matched. His first message was charming, witty, and completely devoid of any red flags. We talked for a few days, texting back and forth. He was easy to talk to, listened intently, and asked thoughtful questions. He seemed genuinely interested in me, not just some generic online persona. I found myself laughing, something I had not done in what felt like forever. A tiny, fragile sliver of hope started to bloom in my chest. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was my chance to finally move on. After about a week of chatting, he asked me out. Coffee. A public, bustling cafe downtown. It sounded perfect. Safe. I agreed. A nervous flutter in my stomach that felt more like excitement than dread for the first time in a long time. The day of the date, I was a wreck. I picked out my outfit 10 times, checked my hair 100. Part of me was terrified, convinced this was a terrible mistake, but another part, the part that craved human connection, urged me on. I told myself it was just coffee. If anything felt off, I would just leave. Simple as that. I arrived at the cafe a few minutes early, clutching my purse like a lifeline. I scanned the room, trying to spot him from his profile pictures. Then, a hand gently touched my shoulder. "Hey, you must be Sarah." I spun around. It was Liam. He was even better looking in person, with warm brown eyes and a genuine smile that actually reached them. He was wearing a simple plaid shirt and jeans, looking effortlessly casual. My heart did a little flip-flop. "Liam." "Yeah, that is me." "Hi," I managed, feeling a blush creep up my neck. He chuckled. A low, pleasant sound. "Glad to finally meet you." I was just about to grab a table. "Mind if I get us a spot near the window? You mentioned you liked people watching." My smile faltered for a fraction of a second. I had not mentioned that. Not on my sparse new profile, not in our texts. I certainly had not mentioned it to Mark. I brushed it off. Maybe I would said it in passing, forgotten. Or maybe it was a lucky guess. A lot of people liked people watching. We settled into a small, cozy booth by the window. The cafe was busy, a comforting hum of conversations and clinking mugs. He ordered us both lattes, remembering exactly how I took mine from a casual comment I would made in a text. Again, a small, unsettling detail, but easily explainable. He was just a good listener. I told myself to relax. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite movies. He was engaging, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. He would lean forward, listening intently, his eyes never leaving mine. It was intoxicating. I found myself letting my guard down, laughing freely, feeling a lightness I had not felt in months. Then, about halfway through our coffees, things started to get weird. We were talking about pets, and I mentioned Whiskers. "Yeah, he is a little terror sometimes, but I love him," I said, smiling at the thought of my fluffy companion. Liam's smile widened, but something in his eyes shifted. Just for a flicker. "Whiskers," he repeated, rolling the name on his tongue. "That is a great name for a cat, especially one with such striking gray fur." My breath hitched. Whiskers did have striking gray fur, but I had not mentioned his color. Not to Liam, not on my profile, and certainly not to Mark, who had only ever mentioned him by name. A cold prickle started at the base of my spine. "How did you know he was gray?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual. Liam's smile did not waver. "Oh, did I just assume? My apologies. Most cats I know named Whiskers tend to be gray, for some reason. A funny coincidence. I guess," he chuckled, but the sound felt hollow, like an echo in a cave. I forced a laugh, but inside, my mind was racing. Coincidence? Really? My carefully constructed sense of safety began to unravel. I remembered Mark, the way he knew things. He should not. I tried to steer the conversation away, asking him about his dog, the golden retriever from his profile picture. He talked about her for a bit, but his eyes kept darting back to me, a peculiar intensity in their depth. "So, you live in the old brick building on Elm Street, right?" he asked, completely out of the blue, interrupting my thoughts about his dog. The air in the cafe, which moments ago had felt warm and comforting, suddenly turned icy. My heart pounded against my ribs like a trapped bird. The brick building on Elm Street. My building, the one with the unique architecture I would never post it about online, the one Mark had somehow seen. "How do you know that?" My voice was barely a whisper. All the warmth, all the ease, had drained from me, leaving behind a cold, hard knot of fear. Liam leaned back, a casual pose, that felt anything but. His smile, once charming, now seemed fixed, almost predatory. Oh, you mentioned it in passing once. I think, or maybe I just noticed it. It is a distinctive building. He was lying. I knew it. Every fiber of my being screamed it. I had never mentioned my address or even the street name to anyone online, especially not after the Mark incident. My new profile was meticulously scrubbed of any identifying information. No, I did not. I said, my voice gaining a shaky edge. I am very careful about that kind of information. His eyes, those warm brown eyes, suddenly felt like they were piercing right through me. Are you? He said, his voice dropping slightly, losing its earlier playful tone. That is good. It is smart to be careful. Sarah, especially these days, you never know who is watching. The last words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My blood ran cold. The cafe, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. My gaze darted around, looking for an escape, for a friendly face, but everyone was engrossed in their own conversations. I was alone with him. I think I should go, I said, pushing my chair back, the scrape of metal on tile echoing too loudly in my ears. Liam did not move. His smile widened, a slow, unsettling stretch of his lips that did not reach his eyes at all. Already, but we were just getting to the interesting part. I was just about to tell you how much I like the little potted plant you have on your windowsill, the one with the purple flowers. It really brightens up the living room. My stomach lurched. The purple flowers, my apartment, he was not just guessing. He was not just noticing. He had seen it. He had been there. He had been watching. You have been to my apartment, I stammered, my voice trembling uncontrollably. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Not been to, darling. Just observed, from a safe distance, of course. For now. He leaned forward, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, but his eyes were hard, unwavering. You know, when you first started dating online again, I was so excited. I knew you would come back, eventually. You can only stay hidden for so long. My mind reeled. Dating online again. He knew about Mark. He knew about my previous attempts. He knew everything. This was not a new stalker. This was him. Or someone worse. Someone who had orchestrated this entire encounter. Mark. I choked out, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. Was that you? A slow shake of his head. Mark was just a placeholder. A way to get your attention. A little test, if you will. To see how you would react. You are quite resilient. I will give you that. Deleting everything, changing your routine, very clever. But not clever enough. He paused, taking a sip of his now cold latte, his eyes never leaving mine. I mean, look at you. You tried to disappear, and yet here you are, sitting across from me, sharing coffee. My blood ran cold. He had planned this every single moment. He had watched me, waited for me to resurface, then crafted this perfect, charming persona to lure me in. The hope I would felt earlier curdled into pure, unadulterated terror. I need to go, I said again, louder this time, pushing my chair back further, ready to bolt. He reached across the table, his hand shooting out to grasp my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands around my skin. Not yet. Sarah, we have not even really started getting to know each other. I have so much more to tell you. About your schedule, for instance. Your morning jogs, the way you always stop at that little bakery on Tuesdays for a croissant, or how you sometimes leave your bedroom window open just a crack, even on colder nights. His words were a physical assault, each detail a hammer blow to my already shattered sense of security. He knew my vulnerabilities. He knew my habits. He knew my home, the bedroom window, the one I sometimes left open for fresh air. He had been close enough to see that, to know. Panic surged through me, raw and primal. This was not just a creepy date. This was an ambush. And I was the prey. Let go of me. I hissed, twisting my wrist, trying to pull away. His grip tightened, his smile fading, replaced by a chillingly blank expression. Now. Sarah, do not make a scene. We would not want to draw attention, would we? Especially not when we are just getting acquainted. His thumb traced a slow, deliberate circle on my pulse point, a gesture that was meant to be intimate but felt like a brand. I have been watching you for so long. Longer than, your pictures online, your posts, even the ones you thought were private. I have built up quite a collection. A collection. The word echoed in my mind, conjuring images of dark rooms and binders filled with my life. He was not just a stalker, he was an obsessed collector, and I was his prize. I am calling the police, I whispered, fumbling for my phone with my free hand. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. Go ahead. What are you going to tell them? That a nice man you met on a dating app knows things about you, that he admires your taste in plants. They will tell you to block me and move on. They won't understand, but I understand you. Sarah, I understand what you need, what you crave, and I am going to give it to you. He started to pull me, gently but firmly, towards the edge of the booth. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. I could not scream. My throat felt constricted, dry. My eyes darted around, desperate for help. No one was looking. No one was paying attention to the quiet, intense man holding the terrified woman's wrist. This was not happening. Not after everything. My gaze snagged on a metal sugar dispenser on the table. Heavy, solid, my only chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I yanked my hand free, surprising him with the sudden force. His grip momentarily loosened, and I seized the opportunity. Without thinking, I snatched the sugar dispenser and brought it down, hard on the back of his hand. A sharp yelp of pain erupted from him. His eyes widened in shock, and he recoiled, clutching his injured hand. Get away from me, I screamed, the words tearing from my throat, raw and hoarse. The sudden outburst cut through the cafe's hum. Heads snapped up. Conversations died. All eyes were on us. I did not wait. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my chair in my haste. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, to run, towards the door, towards the street, towards anywhere away from him. I heard him curse, heard the scrape of his chair as he pushed it back. Sarah, do not be foolish, he called out, his voice now laced with genuine anger. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cold autumn wind a shock against my flushed face. My vision was blurry with tears and fear, but I did not stop. I ran down the sidewalk, not looking back, not daring to. My mind screamed at me to get home, but then the thought hit me home was not safe. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. I dodged through pedestrians, a frantic, desperate blur. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of his fixed smile, his knowing eyes, spurred me on. I could hear footsteps behind me, not close, but there. He was following. Panic made me think, irrationally. I saw a bus stop ahead, a bus pulling up. Without a second thought, I sprinted for it, shoving my way through the small line of people, nearly tripping as I reached the doors, just as they were closing. Wait, I gasped, slamming my hand against the glass. The driver, a kind-faced woman, looked surprised but held the doors open for me. I practically collapsed onto the bus, fumbling for my wallet, my hands shaking so badly I could barely extract a crumpled bill. I glanced back. Through the window, Liam was standing on the sidewalk, a few yards from the bus stop. His hand was still clutched to his chest, but his eyes, fixed on me, were burning with a terrifying intensity. There was no smile now, just a cold, hard glare that promised retribution. The bus pulled away from the curb, slowly at first, then picking up speed. I watched him through the window, shrinking into the distance. He did not move, just stood there, watching the bus disappear down the street. I sank into a seat, burying my face in my hands, hot tears streaming down my cheeks. The scent of coffee and fear clung to me. I was shaking uncontrollably, every nerve ending screaming. I had escaped, for now, but the relief was short-lived, quickly replaced by a profound, soul-crushing despair. He was not just an online phantom anymore. He was real. He had a face, a voice, a physical presence. He knew me. He knew my life, and he had found me. The truth was more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. He had not just seen my apartment. He had been watching it. He had not just known Whisker's name, he knew his color. He had not just stalked me online. He would use my own desperate need for connection to lure me into his trap. I got off the bus a few stops later, in a part of town I barely knew. I did not go home. I could not. Home was not a safe haven anymore. It was a target. I called a friend, my voice hoarse and broken, barely able to explain what had happened. She told me to come over immediately. The police, when I eventually called them, listened patiently. They took my statement, noted the details, but their eyes held that familiar, sympathetic pity. Without a clear threat, or physical harm beyond a minor scuffle, it is hard to do much, madam, the officer said gently. We will open a file. Of course, advise you to stay off dating apps, change your number, maybe consider moving, changing my entire life again because of a monster who had decided I was his. I tried to go back to my apartment with a police escort later that night to gather some essentials, but just walking through the door, seeing my living room, the window with the purple plant, sent a fresh wave of icy terror through me. Every shadow seemed to hold his presence. Every sound was him. I could almost feel his eyes on me, even though he was not there. I packed a small bag, grabbed Whiskers, and left. I have not been back since. I am staying with my friend, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every unfamiliar car, every unexpected sound. My phone is off, my social media is still scrubbed clean, but I know it is not enough. He is out there. He is not a ghost anymore. He is real, and he knows me. He knows where I used to live. He knows my habits, and he knows that I am terrified. And I know, with a chilling certainty that settles deep in my bones, that this is not over. He is just waiting, watching, and the next time, I might not be so lucky to escape, because some nightmares do not end when you wake up. They just follow you into the light. Here comes the next story. My blood did not just run cold, it froze. A block of ice forming in my chest, spreading through my veins like a lethal toxin. The tiny, intricately folded paper crane sat on my windowsill, a stark, innocent-looking symbol of pure, unadulterated evil. It was not mine. It could not be. I had never learned to fold paper cranes. My apartment, my sanctuary, the place I retreated to, was no longer just compromised digitally. It had been physically violated. He had been here. The air in my apartment, once familiar and comforting, now felt heavy, charged with a malevolent presence. Every shadow stretched long and predatory. Every creak of the old building was a whisper, a threat. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, shallow gasp. My hands, still trembling from the earlier discovery of the digital invasion, now shook so violently I had to clench them into fists, digging my nails into my palms to anchor myself to reality. But reality was a nightmare. I spun around, my eyes darting wildly across the room. The living room, usually so welcoming with its soft lamplight and familiar clutter, was transformed. The couch where I would curled up with books, the rug where I would done yoga, the small table where I would eaten countless meals, they all seemed to mock me, to hold secrets. Hattie sat on my couch, touched my things, breathed my air. The thought made my stomach churn, bile rising in my throat. My gaze snagged on the front door. The solid oak barrier that was supposed to keep the world out, it was locked. I knew it was. I always locked it. But he had been inside. How? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation for the impossible. Did he pick the lock? Did he have a key? I would never lost my keys. Not once. My landlord had a spare, of course, but he was a sweet old man who barely remembered my name, let alone had any connection to a digital phantom like Ethan. I took a shaky step towards the door, then another, my legs feeling like lead. My eyes scanned every inch of the frame, the deadbolt, the peephole. Nothing looked disturbed. No pry marks, no scratches. It was as if he would simply materialized. The idea was more terrifying than a forced entry. It implied a level of access, a casual disregard for boundaries, that went beyond mere breaking and entering. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. There was no fire escape on my side. The windows were always locked, especially at night. I checked them again, just to be sure, my fingers fumbling with the latches. They were all secure. The only way in or out was the front door. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. If he had not forced his way in, and I had not given him a key, then he must have gotten in when I was not here. Or worse, when I was... The thought that he might have been in my apartment while I was asleep, or even just in the shower, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He could have been watching me. A silent, predatory ghost in my own home. I started moving, a frantic, desperate sweep of my apartment. Every room felt tainted. Every object a potential clue, or worse, a potential trap. I started in the living room, meticulously checking under the couch cushions, behind the curtains, even inside the decorative vases. My hands trembled, my heart a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I was not looking for anything specific, just anything. Anything that was not mine. Anything out of place. Anything to confirm or deny the horrifying reality that he had been here. A silence screamed around me. It was no longer the comforting quiet of a solitary evening. It was the suffocating silence of an empty tomb, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every creak of the building became a stealthy footstep, a hushed breath. I moved into the kitchen. The neatly stacked dishes, the clean counters, everything appeared normal. But was it? Had he opened my fridge, touched my food? The thought made me gag. I checked the pantry, the utensil drawer, the small appliance cupboard. Nothing. Just my mundane life, now overlaid with a horrifying invisible film of his presence. Then the bedroom, my most private space, the place where I felt safest, most vulnerable. Now it felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer. My bed, unmade from this morning, seemed to hold the imprint of his gaze. Had he sat on it, laid on it, the very idea was an invasion so profound, so intimate, it made my skin crawl. I walked slowly around the room, my eyes scanning every surface. My dresser, with its collection of trinkets and jewelry, my nightstand, with my half-read book and a glass of water, my closet, slightly ajar. I pushed it open fully, revealing my clothes, my shoes. Nothing seemed disturbed. But the absence of disturbance was almost worse than finding something. It meant he was careful, meticulous. He did not want me to know he was there until he wanted me to know. The paper crane was his calling card, his way of breaking the illusion of safety, his way of letting me know the glass cage was real and it was my home. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, pulling my knees to my chest. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and confusion. It is all data, Sarah Hewitt said, and it was my deepest fears, my private thoughts, my digital life. But now, it was not just data, it was physical. He had not just accessed my computer, he had accessed me. My home, my body, my very sense of security, the hidden cloud folder. Temp files backup, with its chilling screenshots, my desktop, my email, the journal entry about the glass cage, all timestamped a week ago. He had not just known he had been in my computer, the cafe's public Wi-Fi felt like a flimsy explanation for such a deep, pervasive breach. But now, the paper crane. How could the Wi-Fi explain that? A new, horrifying thought burrowed its way into my brain. What if the Wi-Fi was not the only entry point? What if he had installed something, a physical device, something that allowed him to not just see my screen, but to see me? The glass cage was not just a metaphor for my digital vulnerability, it was a literal description of my apartment. I pushed myself up, a fresh wave of adrenaline coursing through me. I needed to look for more. Not just signs of entry, but signs of presence. Something he left behind, something hidden. My eyes, sharpened by terror, began to scrutinize every detail. The smoke detector on the ceiling, the small digital clock on my bedside table, the power strips behind my desk, objects I never noticed, never thought twice about. My gaze locked onto the smoke detector in the living room ceiling. It was a standard model, white, round, but something about it felt off. The angle, the way it caught the light, or was it just my frantic mind playing tricks on me? I stared at it, my heart hammering. I needed to get a closer look. I dragged a chair over, my movements clumsy and loud in the oppressive silence. Standing on the chair, my head nearly brushing the ceiling, I reached out a trembling hand. The plastic felt cool, smooth. I ran my fingers around the edge, feeling for any seams, any irregularities. And there it was, a tiny, almost imperceptible seam, a hairline crack where there should not have been one, and then a pinprick, so small, almost invisible, nestled in the textured plastic. My breath caught. It was too perfect, too discreet, too, Ethan. My fingers fumbled, trying to twist the smoke detector open. It resisted at first, then with a sickening click, the cover popped open. My eyes widened, a scream dying in my throat. Inside, nestled among the wires and sensors, was a tiny high-definition camera lens. It was not connected to the building's wiring. It was a standalone device, powered by a small, discreet battery pack, and it was pointed directly at my living room and my couch, at the very spot where I often sat, oblivious. A cold, burning rage mingled with the terror. He had not just been in my computer, he had been watching me live my life, in my own home, thinking I was safe. The glass cage was not just a feeling, it was a reality. He had installed a camera. He had seen me in my pajamas, seen me reading, seen me crying, seen me vulnerable. The violation was absolute, profound, and acid eating away at my soul. My hands flew to the other rooms. The kitchen smoke detector, the bedroom smoke detector. Both identical, both hiding the same tiny predatory eye. He had systematically turned my home into a surveillance state, a personal panopticon, all for his twisted gratification. I ripped them down, tearing at the wires, smashing the plastic against the floor. It was a primal, desperate act, a futile attempt to erase his gaze, to reclaim my space. But it was too late. He had already seen, he had already collected his data. The apartment was no longer just compromised. It was actively hostile. Every corner, every object, felt like it was still watching, still relaying information to him. The sheer audacity, the cold calculation of it, made my blood boil even as fear choked me. I had to get out. Now, my mind, usually so methodical, was a jumbled mess of panic. What to grab? My phone was still disconnected, lying useless on the counter. My laptop, too. I needed to think. I needed to escape. I ran to my closet, pulling out the first clothes I could find, jeans, a hoodie, practical. I did not care about looking good. I cared about disappearing. My wallet, keys, I stuffed them into my pockets. My purse, no, too bulky. I needed to be light, fast. My eyes darted to the window. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Was he out there, waiting, playing some sick game? The thought of stepping outside into the unknown was almost as terrifying as staying inside the violated walls of my apartment. But staying was no longer an option. This was not my home anymore. It was his glass cage. I crept towards the front door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a gunshot. Every whisper of the wind outside was a voice, his voice, calling my name. I reached the door, my hand hovering over the doorknob. My fingers trembled, slick with sweat. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I unlocked the deadbolt, then the main lock. The click echoed loudly in the silence. I pulled the door open just a crack, peering out into the dimly lit hallway. Empty, the other apartment doors were closed. Silent. My neighbors, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding just feet away. I slipped out, pulling the door shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. What was the point? He already had access. I moved stealthily, trying to make as little noise as possible, my senses on high alert. Down the 3 flights of stairs, my hand gripping the cold metal railing. Each step was an effort, each landing a new test of my resolve. When I reached the ground floor, I paused, my ear pressed against the main entrance door. The faint sounds of the city drifted in a distant siren, the hum of traffic, normal, but I knew nothing was normal anymore. I pushed open the heavy glass door, stepping out into the cool night air. The street was quiet, mostly empty. A few parked cars, their dark shapes looming like silent sentinels. My car was parked a block away. I needed to get to it. I walked quickly, not running, trying to appear casual, normal, even as every fiber of my being screamed. My eyes scanned the street, the parked cars, the shadows between buildings. Was that a figure in the distance? Was that car following me? My paranoia was a living thing, a shadow clinging to my heels. I reached my car, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. Finally, the satisfying click of the lock. I yanked the door open, practically diving inside, locking it instantly. The interior of my car, usually a cramped space, now felt like a temporary bunker. I started the engine, the roar, a welcome sound, a sign of life, of control. But where to go? My friends, would they believe me? Would I put them in danger? The police, what would I tell them? A man I met on Tinder, hacked my computer, broke into my apartment, installed cameras, and left a paper crane. It sounded like the ravings of a madwoman. My mind raced, trying to find a safe harbor. My sister, Clara, she lived an hour away, in a small town. She was practical, grounded. She would believe me. She had to. I pulled away from the curb, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. Every car behind me was a potential threat. Every shadow was Ethan. I drove, pushing the speed limit, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The city lights slowly faded into the darkness of the highway. The drive was a blur of hypervigilance. I saw his car in every dark sedan, his face in every passing shadow. The trauma of the past few hours had rewritten my perception of reality. The world was no longer safe. My sanctuary was gone. Finally, I reached Clara's house. The porch light was on, a beacon in the darkness. I pulled into her driveway, killed the engine, and just sat there for a moment. The silence of the countryside, a stark contrast to the cacophony of my inner turmoil. I got out of the car, my legs still shaky, and practically ran to her front door, hammering on it with my fist. A moment later, the light inside flicked on, and Clara's sleepy face appeared behind the peephole. Sarah. What on earth? She began as she opened the door, but her words died in her throat when she saw my face. My disheveled hair, my wide, terrified eyes, the unshed tears. Clara. I choked out, my voice raw. He was in my apartment. He put cameras everywhere. He was watching me. She pulled me inside, her arms wrapping around me. Her warmth, a small comfort against the icy grip of my fear. But even as she held me, even as she listened with a growing look of horror on her face, I knew it was not over. The glass cage was not just my apartment, it was everywhere. It was, in my mind, Clara, bless her, did not dismiss me. She held me, she made me tea, and she listened as I poured out the whole horrifying story, from the Tinder match to the paper crane to the hidden cameras. Her initial skepticism quickly gave way to outrage and fear. "We have to call the police." "Sarah," she insisted, her voice firm. "What will I tell them? They won't understand. They will think I am crazy." I argued the words I dreaded saying out loud. It is all so digital, and the paper crane, the cameras hidden in smoke detectors. It sounds insane. It sounds like a serious crime. "Sarah," she countered, her hand squeezing mine. "He broke into your home. He stalked you. He recorded you. That is not nothing." Despite her reassurances, a deep-seated fear held me back. I knew the police would take a report, maybe dust for prints, though I doubted Ethan would leave any obvious ones. But what could they really do? Without a clear physical threat, without him actively present, it would be hard to prove, and the thought of reliving every humiliating detail, of having my most private moments dissected by strangers, was almost as terrifying as the invasion itself. We ended up staying up all night. Clara making call after call a locksmith for my apartment, a friend who was a cybersecurity expert, even a lawyer she knew. The locksmith confirmed that, while my locks were not picked, a skilled intruder could have bumped the lock or used a universal master key, leaving no visible trace. The cybersecurity friend was appalled, confirming that remote access through public Wi-Fi was possible, but the physical invasion implied a level of dedication and malice far beyond a simple hack. As dawn broke, casting a pale, weak light through Clara's living room window, I felt utterly drained, but no less terrified. I was safe for now, physically, but my mind was still a battlefield. Every shadow danced with his presence. Every distant sound was a potential threat. Clara convinced me to go back to my apartment with her, to collect essentials, and to let the locksmith change the locks. The drive back was agonizing. As we approached my building, my heart started to pound again, a frantic drum against my ribs. It felt like walking into a trap. The locksmith was efficient, changing both the deadbolt and the main lock. He even installed an extra security plate. While he worked, Clara and I packed a small bag. I did not want to touch anything, but I needed clothes, toiletries, some personal items. Everything felt tainted, his invisible fingerprints on every surface. As I was packing a few books from my shelf, my hand brushed against something small tucked behind a row of paperbacks. I pulled it out, my breath catching in my throat. It was another paper crane. Smaller than the one on the windowsill, this one was a delicate shade of sky blue. It had not been there before. It was tucked so carefully, so subtly, that I might never have found it if I had not been packing. My blood ran cold. Again. He had not just been here. He had returned. Or perhaps he had left it there on his way out. A final, chilling message. A reminder that no matter what locks I changed, no matter how far I ran, he was still out there. Still watching, still playing his sick, twisted game. I showed it to Clara, my face pale, my hand trembling. She gasped, her eyes wide with a fresh surge of fear. "Sarah, he is taunting you." We left the apartment quickly, the new locks feeling like a flimsy barrier against a predator who clearly had no respect for boundaries, physical or digital. We drove straight back to Clara's, the blue paper crane clutched in my hand, a physical manifestation of the invisible chains that now bound me. The police report was filed, the locksmith did his job. The cybersecurity friend offered advice, but nothing could erase the profound violation. My sanctuary was gone. My sense of safety shattered. The glass cage had expanded beyond the walls of my apartment, encompassing my entire world. Even at Clara's house, a sense of unease clung to me. Every time I looked out a window, I half expected to see him. Every unknown number on my phone made my heart leap into my throat. Every shadow seemed to hold his gaze. The paper crane sat on Clara's nightstand, a silent, constant reminder. Ethan was still out there. He knew where I lived. He knew my secrets, and he'd proven, chillingly, that he could reach me anywhere. My life, once mine, was now an open book, a live feed. A performance for a predator who found joy in my terror. The nightmare was not over. It had just begun, and I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I would never truly be free of the glass cage. The next story begins right now, just a figure of speech. You know, when you are feeling trapped, like the world outside is moving on, but you are stuck, looking out, powerless. His voice was calm, almost soothing, but it felt like a cold hand had just clamped around my throat. Glass cage. It was just a figure of speech for him, but for me, it was the exact phrase, the private phrase, I would use to describe my terror, the very feeling that had driven me to download Tinder in the first place. My blood ran colder than the ice in his latte. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry, and forced a laugh that sounded more like a choked cough. Yeah, I guess so. I managed. My voice thin. Sometimes it just feels like everyone else is living in HD and I am stuck in grainy black and white. I tried to deflect, to make it sound like general anxiety, something relatable, anything but the specific, visceral fear that had been gnawing at my insides for weeks. Ethan just nodded, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. His eyes, which I would initially thought were kind, now seemed to hold a depth that was unnerving. Exactly, it is like you are watching your own life from a distance, is not it? Like you are just an observer in your own story, wishing you could reach out and change the script. My heart, already hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, sped up even more. Watching my own life from a distance, observer in my own story, these were not just common anxieties, they were the exact sentiments I would scribbled in a frantic late-night journal entry just 2 days ago. Trying to articulate the surreal detachment of being stalked, I had not shown that journal to anyone. It was hidden under a loose floorboard in my bedroom. A wave of nausea washed over me. This could not be a coincidence. It just could not. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Had Chloe, bless her exhausted soul, mentioned something in passing? No. I would been so careful. I would told her I felt trapped. Yes, but never those specific words. Never the glass cage. Never the observer. So, what kind of software do you engineer? I asked, trying to steer the conversation into safer, more mundane waters. My voice was a little too loud, a little too bright. He leaned back, taking another slow sip of his latte. Oh, a bit of everything, really. Data analytics, security systems, the usual, but I have been working on a really interesting side project lately. It is all about predictive algorithms. You feed it enough data, and it can pretty much map out someone's entire life, their routines, their habits, their fears, even their deepest, darkest thoughts. He paused, his gaze fixed on mine. It is amazing what you can learn about someone without ever actually meeting them. The air in the bustling coffee shop suddenly felt thin, suffocating. The cheerful chatter, the clatter of mugs, the hiss of the espresso machine, it all faded into a dull roar, leaving only Ethan's words echoing in my ears. Their routines, their habits, their fears, even their deepest, darkest thoughts. That sounds invasive, I said, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that sent a shiver down my spine. Some might say that I prefer to think of it as understanding, empathy. Even to truly know someone, you have to see them when they think no one else is watching. Do not you think? His eyes held mine, unblinking. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest, chilling me to the bone. This was not just a weird date. This was something else. Something terrifyingly familiar. I needed to get out of there. Now, well, that is certainly a unique perspective, I said, forcing a smile that felt brittle and fake. Listen, I just realized I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably get going. I started to gather my things, fumbling for my purse. My hands were shaking. Ethan did not move. He just watched me. that same knowing smile on his face. Already, but we were just getting to the good part. I had so many more questions for you. Sarah Bear, the world tilted, the familiar nickname, the one that had been burning into my soul for weeks, the one I had not told anyone about, had just come out of his mouth. My stalker's chilling brand. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. Every muscle in my body locked up. "What did you just call me?" I stammered, my voice barely audible. He tilted his head, feigning innocence. "Sarah Bear, is not that what your friends call you, or your closest admirers?" His eyes glittered with something dark, something predatory. The mask had slipped. My mind screamed. He was not just a Tinder date. He was the stalker. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. All the paranoia, all the sleepless nights, all the terrifying coincidences, they were not coincidences at all. They were him. I scrambled out of my seat, knocking over my almost full coffee. The hot liquid splashed across the table, but I did not care. I just needed to run. "I have to go," I gasped, backing away from the table. "I really have to go." Ethan slowly rose from his seat, his gaze never leaving mine. He was taller than I remembered, his presence suddenly dominating the space between us. Running away again? "Sarah Bear, you always do that, do not you?" When things get a little too real, he took a step towards me. I took 2 steps back. My heart was a frantic drum, echoing in my ears, drowning out the noise of the coffee shop. I felt like prey, cornered. "Stay away from me," I hissed, my voice trembling. He just smiled, a wide, unsettling grin that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, but we are just getting started. I have waited so long for this. Sarah, so many late nights, so many hours spent just watching you, learning everything about you. And now, finally, we are here, face to face." He took another step, and I turned and ran. I pushed past startled customers, my vision blurred, my legs pumping. I burst out of the grindstone, gasping for air. The cold evening air, a shock against my flushed face. I did not look back. I just ran, down the street, weaving through the sparse pedestrian traffic, my mind screaming. He knew everything. And he was here. He was not a phantom anymore. He had a face, he had a name, and he was standing right there in the coffee shop I thought was safe. My apartment, once a glass cage, now felt like a death trap. I could not go home. But where else could I go? Chloe. I needed Chloe. I pulled out my phone, my fingers clumsy with terror, and tried to call her. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped it. No answer. Voicemail. Of course, she was probably still at work. Panic clawed at my throat. I glanced over my shoulder, my breath catching. Was he behind me? I saw a figure, tall and dark, emerge from the coffee shop entrance. My blood ran cold. It was him. I ducked into an alleyway, my heart pounding, my lungs burning. The alley was dark, smelling of stale garbage and damp concrete. I pressed myself against a grimy brick wall, trying to disappear into the shadows, trying to control my ragged breathing. I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing from the street. They paused at the alley entrance. My entire body tensed, every nerve screaming. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying he would not see me, praying this was all a nightmare. A low chuckle, chillingly close, broke the silence. Come on out. Sarah Bear, we can talk about this. No need to be afraid. His voice was calm, almost playful, a stark contrast to the terror it ignited in me. I stayed absolutely still, not daring to breathe. My eyes were still shut, but I could feel his presence, a heavy weight in the darkness. He knew I was there. He was just toying with me. You know, I have seen you in this alley before, he continued, his voice closer now. You like to take shortcuts, do not you? Always in a hurry, always trying to escape something. My eyes snapped open. He had seen me in this alley. This was not a main route. This was a shortcut I would only taken a few times when I was running late. How could he possibly know that? A shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom of the alley. Ethan. He was standing just a few feet away, his silhouette framed by the faint streetlights at the alley's mouth. His smile was gone, replaced by a cold, hard expression. His eyes, even in the dim light, seemed to bore into me. You really think you can hide from me? Sarah, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. After everything I have learned about you, every single detail. He took another step. I had nowhere to go. The alley was a dead end. I was trapped. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape. There was a rusted fire escape ladder further down the alley, leading up to the roof of one of the buildings. It looked flimsy, dangerous, but was my only chance. How do you know all this? I whispered, trying to buy myself time. Trying to distract him. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Sarah Bear, you make it so easy. Your digital footprint is practically an open book. Your social media, your old blogs, those silly forum posts from years ago, it is all there. And once you have the basics, it is just a matter of connecting the dots. Your routines, your friends, your favorite coffee shop, even your little habit of talking to yourself when you are stressed, like that glass cage thing. I heard you whisper that to yourself a few weeks ago, outside your apartment, after that scary deadbolt incident. My blood ran cold. He had been outside my apartment. He had heard me. The phantom click of the deadbolt, the beginning of my terror, he was there. He was not just online, he was physically present. He had been watching me, observing me, for weeks. And then there is Chloe, he continued, taking another step. Sweet Chloe, so protective. She talks a lot when she is had a few drinks, especially about her best friend, Sarah Bear, and how she has been so stressed lately, feeling like she is trapped, like she is seeing surveillance everywhere. She even mentioned your observer in your own story comment, how profound it was when she was commiserating with a mutual friend at that bar last Tuesday. My stomach dropped. Chloe. He got it from Chloe. Not the specific words, not the glass cage or the observer in my own story directly from her, but the sentiment, the core fear, and then he would twisted it, used his own surveillance, his own twisted interpretation, to make it sound like he knew my exact thoughts. He had not just been watching me, he had been gathering intel, piecing together the fragments of my life from every possible source, both digital and physical. He was meticulous. He was terrifying. He was almost on top of me now. I could smell him a faint scent of coffee and something else, something metallic and unsettling. Why are you doing this? I cried, tears stinging my eyes. He reached out a hand, slowly, deliberately, towards my face. Because you are fascinating. Sarah, you are beautiful and broken and so incredibly vulnerable. And I just wanted to help you, to show you that you do not have to be alone in that glass cage anymore. I can be in there with you. We can be trapped together. His fingers brushed my cheek. I flinched back as if burned, scrambling away, my back hitting the brick wall with a painful thud. My hand found a loose brick, partially dislodged from the wall. Without thinking, I gripped it, my knuckles white. Do not touch me. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Annoyance. Disappointment. Sarah. Sarah. Always so dramatic. I am just trying to connect with you. This is not connecting. This is stalking. This is terrifying. I yelled, my voice cracking. I raised the brick, my arm trembling. It felt heavy, clumsy, but it was all I had. He let out a low, humorless laugh. A brick. Really? Sarah, you think that is going to stop me? He took another step, closing the distance. I know you. Sarah Bear, I know you are scared. I know you are tired. I know you just want to feel safe again. His voice softened, became almost a seductive purr, and I can give you that. I can protect you from the world, from everything that scares you. All you have to do is let me in. He was inches away, now. I could feel his breath on my face. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. This was it. This was the end. With a primal scream, I swung the brick, aiming for his head. He was faster than I expected. He ducked, and the brick grazed his shoulder with a sickening thud. He grunted, stumbling back a step, a flash of surprise on his face. It was all the opening I needed. I dropped the brick and scrambled towards the fire escape, my fingers clawing at the rusted metal ladder. It groaned under my weight, protesting, but I did not care. I pulled myself up, one rung at a time, my muscles screaming in protest. You little bitch! Ethan roared, his voice suddenly devoid of any pretense of charm, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. You are going to regret that. I did not look down. I just kept climbing, my arms burning, my legs shaking. I could hear him below, cursing, scrambling. He was trying to climb after me. The ladder swayed precariously. I risked a glance down. He was already a few rungs up, his eyes burning with fury, his hand reaching for my ankle. Panic lent me superhuman strength. I pulled myself higher, my fingers finding the edge of the rooftop. I clawed my way over, scraping my knees and elbows on the rough tar. I rolled onto the roof, gasping for breath, my body aching. I heard him just below the ledge, grunting as he pulled himself up. I had seconds. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the rooftop. It was flat, mostly empty, with a few vents and air conditioning units. No easy escape, but there was a gap between this building and the next. A narrow chasm. Too wide to jump? But maybe I saw a discarded wooden pallet, surprisingly sturdy, lying near the edge. It was long enough, just barely. As Ethan's head appeared over the ledge, his eyes blazing, I grabbed the pallet. It was heavy, but adrenaline coursed through me. I dragged it to the edge of the roof, aligning it with the opposite building. You are not going anywhere. Sarah Bear, he snarled, pulling himself fully onto the roof. He stalked towards me, his eyes fixed on me like a predator on its prey. I pushed the pallet across the gap, grunting with effort. It wobbled, but held, a makeshift bridge, a desperate gamble. Stay back. I screamed, my voice hoarse. He did not listen. He lunged. I did not hesitate. I threw myself onto the pallet, scrambling across on my hands and knees. The wood creaked and groaned under my weight. I could feel it swaying, threatening to give way. Just as I reached the other side, just as my fingers scrabbled for purchase on the opposite roof, I heard a sickening crack. I looked back. Ethan was standing on the collapsing pallet, his weight too much for the flimsy wood. His eyes widened in shock, then terror. The pallet split in half with a deafening, splintering sound. He screamed. A guttural, horrifying sound that ended abruptly as he plunged into the darkness between the buildings. Silence. The only sound was my own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of my heart. I lay there, splayed on the rooftop, trembling uncontrollably. He was gone. I slowly pushed myself up, my body aching, my mind reeling. I crept to the edge of the roof and peered down into the abyss. It was too dark to see anything clearly. Just a black pit. Was he dead? I did not know. I did not care. All I knew was that I was alive. And for the first time in weeks, the immediate threat was gone. But the horror was not over. Not really. I knew he had been thorough. He had learned everything. He had accessed my digital life, listened to my private thoughts, used Chloe's casual chatter against me. He was not just a random creep. He was a meticulous, obsessed stalker who had woven himself into the fabric of my life. Even if he was gone, the knowledge remained. The knowledge that someone could know so much about me, could watch me, could manipulate me, without me ever knowing. The Lena glass cage feeling was not just a metaphor anymore, it was my reality. Every shadow still held a potential threat. Every slowing car still sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Every glance still felt like surveillance. I was safe for now, but the sanctuary of my apartment was forever tainted. The hope for normalcy I would sought on Tinder was shattered. Ethan might have fallen, but the chilling brand of Sarah Bear was burned into my soul. A permanent reminder that somewhere out there, the world was still full of unseen eyes, still spinning faster, and I was still just trying to catch my breath. I was free of him, but I would never truly be free of the fear. The glass cage had shattered, but the shards were still embedded deep within me, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I would be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. Here comes the next voice in our lineup. My blood still felt like ice water in my veins. Even hours later, the memory of Ethan's predatory smile, the way he would said Sarah Bear and glass cage, replayed on a horrifying loop in my mind. I was huddled in my apartment, every lock bolted, furniture shoved against the door, a pathetic barricade against an unseen enemy. My sanctuary, the place I usually felt safest, now felt like the most dangerous place on earth. I would try to find him, the moment I got home, trembling so hard my fingers fumbled on the keyboard. I typed his name into every search engine imaginable. Nothing. No last name, no company, no mutual friends on any social media. I even tried a reverse image search with his dating app profile picture, hoping to find some digital footprint. Still nothing. It was like he existed only on that one app, a terrifying phantom who had materialized just to shatter my sense of security. The app itself, of course, I would already deleted, but that felt like closing the barn door after the entire herd had bolted. My journal lay on my bedside table, a small, unassuming notebook. Inside it, scrawled years ago during a particularly vulnerable period, was the metaphor of the glass cage. It was my deepest, most private fear. The feeling of being trapped, exposed, visible to everyone but unable to connect, unable to escape. And Sarah Bear, that was my grandmother's special name for me, a secret endearment whispered only between us. How could he possibly know? The question gnawed at me, a relentless festering wound in my mind. He would said, "It is all data. Sarah, information is everywhere if you know where to look, but this was not public data. This was me, my innermost self." Paranoia began to consume me. It was not a gradual thing. It was an instant, suffocating blanket. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind rattling the window panes, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I kept imagining his face, that chilling, knowing smile, just outside my window watching me. I pulled the blinds down, then double-checked them, then peered through the slats anyway, heart hammering against my ribs. The street below was empty, but the feeling of being observed was so strong, so visceral. It was like a physical weight pressing down on me. I walked from room to room, checking every corner, every closet. My rational mind screamed that it was ridiculous, that no one could possibly have gotten in. But the irrational part, the part that had heard Ethan's words, whispered, "He knows things he should not know. He is not just anyone." The silence in the apartment became oppressive. Usually, I loved the quiet, the solitude of my own space. Now it felt like a vacuum, amplifying every imagined sound. My own breathing sounded too loud, my heartbeat a frantic drum solo. I tried to distract myself, to watch TV, but I could not focus. My eyes kept darting to the windows, to the door, convinced I would see a shadow, a movement, a sign that he was there. Then, a new wave of dread washed over me. What if he had not just found the information? What if he had put it there? Or, more horrifyingly, What if he had accessed it remotely? My phone, my laptop, my tablet, they were extensions of myself, repositories of my entire life, pictures, emails, documents, even my digital journal entries. The thought made my stomach churn. I grabbed my laptop, my hands still trembling. I needed to wipe everything, to cleanse my digital footprint. But before I did, a chilling thought struck me. I needed to check. I needed to know how. I started with my laptop, going through my files, my browser history, looking for anything out of place. It was like sifting through sand for a single deadly grain for a long time. I found nothing. Just my usual clutter, my work documents, my photos. I was almost ready to dismiss it as pure paranoia, a terrifying coincidence, when I stumbled upon it. It was in my cloud storage, a service I used to back up important documents and photos. There was a folder I did not recognize, tucked deep within a subfolder of old school projects. It was named something innocuous, like Temp Files Backup. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I never created a folder like that. I clicked on it, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, there were several files. They were not mine. They were system logs, encrypted data, and what looked like a series of screenshots. My blood ran cold, colder than it had in the cafe. I opened the screenshots. The first one was of my desktop, taken days ago. The second, a picture of my email inbox. The third was a screenshot of my digital journal. Not just any page. It was the page, the one where I had written about the glass cage. The date and timestamp on the screenshot showed it was taken a week ago, just a day or two after I had matched with Ethan on the app. A guttural sound escaped my throat, a choked sob, mixed with a gasp of pure horror. He had not just known about my journal. He had been in my computer. He had accessed my most private thoughts, my deepest fears. From a distance, long before we even met, his words echoed in my head. It is all data. Sarah, information is everywhere if you know where to look. He had not been guessing. He had seen it. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. My digital life, everything I thought was private, was an open book to him. And if he could do this remotely, what else could he do? What else had he done? I slammed the laptop shut, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The screen went black, but the image of that screenshot, of my own words staring back at me, burned behind my eyelids. I felt utterly, completely violated, exposed. The glass cage metaphor was not just a fear anymore, it was my reality. Then a new, even more horrifying thought surfaced. If he could access my digital life so easily, what about my physical one? My apartment, my actual sanctuary, suddenly felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer. I looked around the room, my eyes darting from object to object. Had anything been moved? Was anything out of place? I forced myself to get up, to walk slowly, deliberately through my apartment, trying to see it through new eyes. My eyes. But also, his eyes. The plant on the windowsill. Had I left it angled like that? The stack of magazines on the coffee table. Was the top one always slightly askew? I could not be sure. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and doubt, making it impossible to trust my own memory. I went into my bedroom, my heart pounding a frantic drumbeat. My analog journal, the small, unassuming notebook, still lay on my bedside table. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. I flipped through the pages, searching for that entry, the one about the glass cage. And there it was, my own handwriting, years old, describing the feeling of being trapped, but then I saw it. A faint mark, a subtle indentation on the paper, just below the phrase, glass cage. It looked like someone had pressed hard on the page, perhaps with a pin, though no ink was visible. Just a ghost of a mark. I held the page up to the light, my breath hitched in my throat, and that is when I saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible dot of what looked like dried ink, not mine, on the very edge of the page, Near the binding, it was so small, so faint, I would have missed it if I had not been scrutinizing every millimeter. It was a dark blue, almost black, and my pens were all black gel or fine point red. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was different. This was not digital intrusion, this was physical. He had been here, in my apartment, with my journal. He had touched it, read it, left a trace. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, suffocating. I spun around, my eyes wide, searching. Had he been here while I was out, or worse, while I was asleep? The thought made me gag. The idea of him standing over my bed, watching me sleep, reading my most intimate thoughts, was a horror I could not process. My skin crawled. I felt utterly defiled. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, collapsing onto the bed. The journal fell from my numb fingers, landing with a soft thud on the carpet. Tears welled up in my eyes, hot and stinging, but they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of pure, unadulterated terror. He had been inside. He had breached my last sanctuary. The feeling of safety I had desperately clung to, even after the cafe, shattered into a million pieces. There was nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, my phone buzzed on the bedside table. I jumped, a scream catching in my throat. I stared at it, paralyzed, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. It was not a call. It was a message from an unknown number. My hand shook as I reached for it. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it, to throw the phone across the room, to smash it, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know, compelled me. I unlocked the screen. The message was short. Just 3 words. Still trapped. Sarah Bear. My breath hitched. The screen blurred through my tears. It was him. It had to be. How did he get my number? How did he know? I was still thinking about the glass cage, about being trapped. It was like he was inside my head, anticipating my every thought, every fear. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. He was not just watching me from a distance anymore. He was playing with me, taunting me. He was enjoying my terror. I scrambled off the bed, my legs wobbly. I had to get out. Now, I could not stay here another second. Every shadow felt like a lurking threat, every sound a prelude to his appearance. I grabbed my car keys, my wallet, and my phone. No time to pack anything else. I had to leave this place, this trap, this glass cage he had built around me. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan, go to a friend's. No, I could not risk leading him to anyone else. A hotel. It felt safer, more anonymous. I fumbled with the locks on the door, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped the keys. The barricade of furniture I would set up seemed pathetically inadequate now. What was the point of a bolted door if he could just walk in when I was out? As I finally got the last lock undone, a faint sound reached my ears. A soft scuffing, like shoes on pavement, from just outside my door. My blood ran cold. Again. No, this was different. This was proximity. I froze, my hand on the doorknob. I held my breath, straining to hear. Nothing. Just the frantic pounding of my own heart. It must be my imagination. I told myself, just the wind, just the building settling. But then, a low, almost imperceptible hum, like a phone vibrating, and it sounded like it was right outside my door. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. He was out there. He had been waiting. My mind screamed, "Run!" I yanked the door open, my intention to burst out and flee. But as I did, I saw it. A small, dark rectangle lying on my doormat. It was a burner phone, and its screen was lit up, displaying the message I had just received. Still trapped. Sarah Bear. My eyes shot up, scanning the empty hallway. No one, but the phone was there. Undeniable proof of his immediate presence. He had been right outside my door, sending that message, watching me read it, watching me react. A choked sob escaped me. He was playing a game, a sick, twisted game, and I was the helpless pawn. I did not think. I just reacted. I slammed the door shut, locking it again. Fumbling with the deadbolt, the chain lock, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely make them work. I pressed my back against the door, breathing heavily, tears streaming down my face. I could not stay, but I could not leave either. He was out there. He knew my apartment, my digital life, my deepest fears. He knew me. Then, from outside my door, came a sound, not a scuff, not a hum. A soft, low chuckle. It was unmistakable. Ethan's chuckle. The kind, charming sound that had once disarmed me, now turned into the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but in the oppressive silence of my apartment, it might as well have been a shout. It sent shivers of ice down my spine. He was still out there. He was enjoying this. I sank to the floor, my legs giving out, my back still pressed against the cold wood of the door. My mind was a whirlwind of terror, unable to form a coherent thought. I was trapped in my own apartment. My glass cage had finally become real. I do not know how long I stayed there, huddled on the floor, listening to the silence, waiting for another sound, another sign. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Eventually, the silence became absolute again. No more chuckling, no more phantom vibrations, but the knowledge that he had been there, that he could be there again at any moment, was a torment worse than any physical pain. I eventually crept to a window, peering through a tiny gap in the blinds. The street was still empty, but I knew deep in my bones that he was still out there. Watching, waiting, and that my nightmare, the one that began with a simple swipe on a dating app, was far from over. I was exposed, utterly and completely, and I had no idea how deeply this terror would go, or if I would ever truly escape my glass cage. Here comes the next story. The deadbolt's click still echoed, in my ears, even now. Days later, it was a phantom sound, a promise of false security. My apartment, once my sanctuary, felt like a glass cage, every shadow a potential hiding place, every creak a whispered threat. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. The words, Sarah, Bear, still burned, a brand on my soul. I would spend countless hours scrubbing through my digital footprint, trying to find the breadcrumbs he must have followed, but there was nothing. No public trace of my childhood astronaut dream, no mention of glow-in-the-dark stars, certainly no record of a humiliating 5-year-old haircut. The how of it was a festering wound in my mind, a chilling whisper that followed me everywhere. Sleep had become a luxury I could not afford. My eyes, perpetually wide and bloodshot, were fixed on the world with a new, terrifying clarity. Every stranger was a suspect. Every casual glance a potential surveillance. Chloe, bless her heart, had tried to help, but even she was starting to sound exhausted by my endless stream of what-ifs. So, when a new match popped up on Tinder, Ethan 32, a surprisingly normal-looking guy with kind eyes and a bio that mentioned hiking and craft beer part of me, the desperate, lonely part saw it as an escape, a chance, however slim, to feel normal again, to prove to myself that the world was not entirely made of shadows and unseen eyes. We agreed to meet at the Grindstone, a popular coffee shop downtown. It was always busy, always bright, a safe, public space. Or so I hoped. As I walked there, every face in the crowd felt like it was assessing me. Every car that slowed beside the curb sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, a beat that had become the soundtrack to my life. I adjusted the scarf around my neck, pulling it a little tighter, as if it could somehow shield me from the world. Ethan was already there, nursing a latte at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, offering a warm smile. Sarah, hi. I am Ethan. He was taller than his pictures, with a friendly face and a slightly awkward charm that was disarming. For a fleeting moment, I felt a tiny spark of relief. Maybe this was it. Maybe I could just have a normal conversation, sip a latte, and forget, just for an hour or two, the suffocating dread that had become my constant companion. "Hi, Ethan." I managed, my voice a little shakier than I would have liked. We sat down, and the small talk began. He asked about my work. I asked about his... He was a software engineer, which seemed harmless enough. We talked about movies, about travel, about our terrible experiences with online dating. It was normal, almost too normal. But then, it started. He took a sip of his latte, then looked at me, a slight frown creasing his brow. "You know, Sarah," he said, his voice casual, "you look a little tired. Rough night." My breath hitched. My carefully constructed facade of normalcy crumbled. I forced a laugh, a dry, brittle sound. "Oh, just a busy week at work. Nothing out of the ordinary." He just nodded slowly, his gaze a little too knowing. "Yeah, I get that. Sometimes it feels like the world just keeps spinning faster, does not it? Like, you can't quite catch your breath." He paused, then added, "Especially when you are cooped up, feeling like you are stuck in a glass cage." The air left my lungs in a whoosh. The coffee shop, moments ago a haven of bustling noise, suddenly felt silent, the chatter of other patrons fading into a distant hum. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins. Glass cage. That was my thought, my internal monologue, from the night the terror began. I had not told anyone that, not even Chloe, not in those exact words. My smile felt glued on, a grotesque mask. "Glass cage," I repeated, trying to sound light, confused. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, a seemingly innocent gesture. "Just a figure of speech. I guess, when life feels like it is closing in, I just meant you look like you could use a break. Maybe some fresh air, away from, well, everything." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the city, the stress, the unseen things. I tried to rationalize it. Coincidence. It had to be. Glass cage was not a unique phrase. Maybe he would picked up on my general demeanor, my obvious exhaustion. Maybe I just looked like someone who felt trapped. My mind raced, trying to find any other explanation, any way to claw back to the safety of normal. But the seed of dread had been planted, and it was already sprouting, its tendrils wrapping around my throat. I found myself scrutinizing him, really looking at him. His eyes, which had seemed kind moments ago, now held a glint I could not quite decipher. Was it curiosity or something colder? "So, what do you usually do to unwind, Ethan?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation back to safe territory, my voice a little too high-pitched. He smiled, a slow, deliberate movement. "Oh, I am pretty good at finding ways to relax. Sometimes I just like to observe. People watching, see what makes them tick, what their routines are." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Even though we were in a public place, it is amazing what you can learn about someone, just by paying attention to the little things. Like, for instance, you have this habit of always touching your left earlobe when you are nervous." My hand flew to my earlobe. I had not even realized I was doing it. It was a nervous tic I would developed years ago. One I thought only my closest friends and family would ever notice. My stomach churned. This was not a coincidence. This was too specific. I did not realize I did that. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that did nothing to soothe my growing panic. Most people do not. That is the beauty of it. The little tells, like how you always order a black coffee, even though you prefer a latte, because you are trying to cut down on dairy, or how you chew on the inside of your cheek when you are deep in thought, probably wondering how someone could know such obscure details about you. My heart was now a frantic hummingbird trapped in my chest. He was saying it out loud. He knew this was not just a bad date. This was a continuation. Or maybe this was him, the same person who had recited my life story, the same person who had used Sarah Bear. How? How do you know all this? I asked, my voice barely audible, a thin thread of sound in the sudden, roaring silence of my mind. My eyes darted around the coffee shop, looking for an escape, for a friendly face, for anything that was not Ethan's unsettlingly calm gaze. He took another sip of his latte, his eyes never leaving mine. Oh, it is nothing that can't be found. Sarah, you would be surprised what is out there if you know where to look. Or maybe if you just look closely enough. He leaned in further, his voice dropping another notch, becoming almost a purr. Like, for example, I know you have been having trouble sleeping lately, and that you spend most of your nights on the couch, eyes fixed on the door, convinced someone's out there watching. My blood ran cold. This was not online digging. This was not social media. This was my apartment. This was my terror. He was describing my exact actions, my exact fears from the past few nights. He was describing the reality of my glass cage. You are watching me. The words felt foreign on my tongue, ripped from a horror movie script. He did not answer directly. Instead, he just smiled, that calm, knowing smile. And then his eyes drifted to the window behind me, out onto the bustling street. It is a nice building you live in. Sarah, good strong locks. I am sure. But locks only keep out people who want to be kept out, do not they? My chair scraped loudly as I pushed back from the table, the sound jarring in the sudden, deafening silence that now truly enveloped my world. My hands were shaking so violently, I had to clench them into fists under the table. I have to go, I whispered, scrambling to my feet. Ethan did not move. He just watched me, his smile widening, a predatory glint in his eyes. Oh, already? But we were just getting to the good part. He reached out, his hand moving with unnerving speed, and gently, almost delicately touched my arm. Do not. You want to know how I knew about your childhood astronaut dream? Sarah Bear, or the glow-in-the-dark stars you still have stuck on your ceiling, even though you are in your late 20s. The world tilted. Sarah Bear, the nickname, the sacred secret nickname. The glow-in-the-dark stars, the absolute, undeniable proof this was not some random stalker. This was him, or someone working with him, someone who had access to the deepest, most private corners of my life. A scream clawed its way up my throat, but it died there, choked by sheer terror. My mind was a whirlwind of panic, 1,000 desperate thoughts colliding. Run. Get out. Now, I ripped my arm away from his touch, the sudden movement knocking over my coffee cup. Hot liquid splashed across the table, steaming. I did not care. I turned and bolted. The coffee shop, moments ago a place of mundane comfort, was now a maze of tables and chairs, every obstacle a potential trap. I could feel his eyes on my back, a burning gaze that propelled me forward. I did not look back. I could not. I just ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps, pushing past startled patrons, ignoring their confused glances. The street outside was a blur of motion. Taxis, pedestrians, the roar of traffic. I plunged into it, a desperate fish thrown back into a violent sea. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Away from Ethan, away from the coffee shop, away from the chilling smile and the venomous nickname. My legs screamed in protest, but I kept running, weaving through the crowds, my mind screaming, he knows everything. He knows where I live. He knows where to find you. The thought was a relentless hammer blow, driving me forward. I finally ducked into a crowded bookstore, hoping to lose myself among the shelves, among the anonymity of countless stories. I pressed myself against a tall bookcase, trying to regulate my breathing, trying to make myself small, invisible. My chest heaved, my vision blurry with unshed tears. I risked a quick glance back towards the entrance. No Ethan. Just a stream of ordinary people browsing books. But the relief was fleeting. He knew what I looked like. He knew my name. He knew my secrets. He had found me once. He could find me again. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out with trembling fingers. It was Chloe. I answered, my voice a ragged whisper. Chloe! Oh, God. Chloe, it happened again. The date, he knew. He knew everything. He called me Sarah Bear. Holiday, he knew about the stars. He knew I sleep on the couch, watching the door. Chloe's voice was sharp with alarm. Sarah, what? Are you safe? Where are you? I do not know. I choked out, tears finally streaming down my face. I ran. I am in a bookstore. He was so calm. Chloe, like he was enjoying it. He was watching me. He said, my building has good locks, but they only keep out people who want to be kept out. A cold dread seeped into my bones, colder than anything I would felt before. This was not just a threat, it was a promise. This was not random online stalking. This was a meticulously planned invasion. The Tinder date was not an escape, it was a trap. A carefully laid snare, baited with the promise of normalcy. Chloe was already talking about calling the police, about what we needed to do next, but her words were distant, muffled by the terrifying realization that was settling over me. He had not just found my personal information, he had found me. He had used a dating app, a platform designed for connection, to stalk me, to terrorize me. I walked the rest of the way home, a ghost in my own city, every shadow a potential hiding place, every car that slowed a potential threat. My apartment, when I finally reached it, offered no comfort. The deadbolts clicked into place with a hollow finality, but they felt like paper-thin shields. The how of it all still gnawed at me, but now it was laced with a new, terrifying layer. How had he known which Tinder profile was mine? Had he created a fake one just to lure me? Was my entire digital life, every app, every connection, a potential doorway for him? I deleted my Tinder profile, then every other social media app I had. It felt like tearing off my own skin, isolating myself from the world, but it was a desperate attempt to sever any remaining threads he might use to find me. But I knew, deep down, it was too late. He already had everything he needed. I sank onto the couch, the familiar worn fabric offering no solace. My eyes were fixed on the locked door. Just as Ethan had said, the glow and the dark stars on my ceiling, once a childish comfort, now felt like mocking eyes, reflecting the eerie light of the city. My world was not just shattered, it was inverted. The place where I sought connection had become the instrument of my terror. The very act of trying to find human connection had delivered me into the hands of a predator. And as the night wore on, the silence of my apartment became a living, breathing thing, filled with the echoes of Ethan's calm, knowing voice and the chilling promise that resonated in my bones. I know where to find you. Sarah Bear. And now, I knew he truly did. And there was nothing I could do to stop him. Your next story starts right here. You know that feeling, right? That cold dread that crawls up your spine. A whisper in your ear telling you something is wrong, even when everything on the surface seems perfectly fine. I was having that feeling, sitting across from Liam in a bustling cafe. The aroma of coffee and pastries suddenly turning bitter in my mouth. My heart, which had just moments ago been fluttering with a fragile, hopeful excitement, was now pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Yeah, he is a little terror sometimes, but I love him. I would said a casual comment about Whiskers, my cat, the words, so innocent, now hung in the air, heavy and menacing. Because how did Liam know about Whiskers? My new Tinder profile was a fortress, sparse and guarded. No mention of pets. My old social media, scrubbed clean, wiped from existence like a bad dream. I would spend weeks, months, meticulously erasing every digital footprint that could lead back to me, to Mark. Liam just smiled, a small, knowing curve of his lips that, moments before, I would found charming. Now, it looked like a predator's grin. His eyes, which I would thought were kind, seemed to hold a flicker of something else. Something calculating and deep. Whiskers. Huh? He repeated, his voice smooth, almost purring. Cute name for a cat. Is he the fluffy ginger one, or the sleek black one? My breath hitched. My cat. Whiskers was a fluffy ginger tabby. A detail I had never shared online, not even in the deepest recesses of my old, now deleted profiles. I had not even taken many pictures of him that were widely shared. He was my cat, my secret comfort, my only witness to the terror Mark had inflicted. A cold wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a lucky guess. This was not Liam being a good listener. This was impossible. Unless, how did you know that? My voice was barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the cafe's lively hum. My hands, clasped tightly under the table, were shaking. I could feel the blood draining from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. Liam chuckled, a low, easy sound that grated on my nerves. Oh, must have seen it somewhere. Maybe you mentioned it in passing on an old profile, before you deleted everything. He shrugged, feigning nonchalance, but his gaze never left mine. It felt like he was watching me, studying my reaction, savoring my fear. No, I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I did not. I scrubbed everything, every single detail. There is no way you could know that. His smile widened, losing all pretense of innocence. It was a slow, deliberate movement, a chilling display of teeth. Well, some things are harder to erase than others, are not they? Especially when someone's really interested. The air thickened, pressing down on me. The bustling cafe, once a sanctuary of normalcy, now felt like a glass cage. Every person a blurred figure outside my personal nightmare. Liam leaned forward slightly, his eyes still locked on mine. I remember you mentioning you liked a particular brand of artisanal coffee beans too. The ones from that small roastery downtown, the Daily Grind, you used to get them delivered? Right. Before you started brewing your own at home, my blood ran cold. The Daily Grind, I did love those beans. And yes, I did used to get them delivered before I started brewing them myself. But that was a detail from a life I would thought was dead and buried, a life before Mark, a life I would meticulously dismantle piece by piece. That was a detail I would only share with a handful of close friends, none of whom were on Tinder, none of whom would ever share that information with a stranger, and certainly not a detail that would be on any public profile. My mind raced, frantically trying to find an explanation, any explanation that did not lead to the terrifying conclusion that was screaming in my head. It is him. It has to be him. But how? Mark was gone. Vanished. I would seen the news, the reports. He would disappeared without a trace. After the police started investigating his digital stalking, he was supposed to be a ghost, a bad memory. But ghosts do not sit across from you, sipping coffee and knowing the intimate details of your life. Liam, sensing my growing panic, leaned back, a satisfied glint in his eyes. He took a sip of his coffee, his gaze never breaking from mine. It was a power play, a silent declaration. He knew everything. You are looking a little pale, he observed, his voice still unnervingly calm. Everything all right? I do not feel so good, I stammered, scrambling for an excuse. I think I need to go. Already, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of mock disappointment in his tone. But we were just getting to the good part. I had so much more I wanted to talk about. Like, for instance, how you have been redecorating your apartment. I heard you finally got rid of that old, uncomfortable armchair in the living room. Good choice, by the way. It really opened up the space. My jaw dropped. The armchair. a dusty floral monstrosity I would inherited from my aunt. I would finally gotten rid of it last week, donating it to a local charity. I had not told anyone, not a single soul. It was not even something I would post it about on a private story or group chat. It was a private, mundane chore. This was not just stalking anymore. This was surveillance. He had not just known about my online life, he knew about my actual life. Inside my home, in real time. The implication hit me like a physical blow. He had been watching me all this time, even when I thought I was safe, even when I thought he was gone. He had been there, lurking in the shadows, observing my every move, every purchase, every change. A cold, raw terror seized me. I pushed my chair back abruptly, the scraping sound loud in the sudden silence of my mind. I have to go. I choked out, fumbling for my purse. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely grasp the strap. Liam did not try to stop me. He just watched, the slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "A shame," he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur that sent shivers down my spine. "I really thought we had a connection, but do not worry. I am sure we will see each other again. Sooner than you think." I did not wait to hear another word. I practically ran out of the cafe, dodging bewildered patrons, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The cool autumn air hit my face, but it did nothing to cool the burning terror inside me. I walked, then ran, not knowing where I was going, just needing to get away. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every passing car felt like it was slowing down. Every face in the crowd seemed to be watching me. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling as I tried to call a friend, anyone. But what would I even say? My date knows everything about my life, even the armchair I got rid of. They would think I was crazy, paranoid. And besides, if Mark was back, if he was truly Liam, then my friends, my family, they could all be targets. He had shown me before the lengths he would go to isolate me. My apartment, my sanctuary, it was the only place I could think of. I hailed a cab, giving the driver a vague address a few blocks from my actual building, a habit I would develop after Mark's initial reign of terror. As we drove, I kept glancing nervously out the window, convinced I saw Liam's face in every reflection, every passerby. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts. How could he know these things? Was he always there? Was the silence, the perceived absence, just a twisted game? The taxi dropped me off. I paid, my hands still shaking, and walked the remaining blocks, my head on a swivel. The familiar street, the brick buildings, the old oak trees. They all seemed alien, hostile. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a hunted animal. When I finally reached my apartment door, my hands were numb. I fumbled with my keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I pushed open the door and practically fell inside, slamming it shut and throwing the deadbolt. Then the chain lock, and then another security lock I would installed myself. I leaned against the door, panting, my eyes darting around my apartment. It looked normal. The living room, indeed, felt more open without the armchair. The coffee maker sat on the counter, ready for my daily brew. Whiskers emerged from under the sofa, stretching luxuriously, then rubbed against my legs, purring. His presence, usually a comfort, now felt like a cruel reminder of how deeply compromised my life was. I sank to the floor, my mind reeling. I had to check. I had to know for sure. I grabbed my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard. Tinder. I opened the app, my heart pounding. I needed to see Liam's profile again. Maybe I would miss something. A tiny detail, a shared interest that could explain away the impossible. But when I navigated to our chat, to his profile, it was gone. Completely, the match had vanished. His profile had been deleted or unmatched, as if he had never existed. A cold dread spread through me, far worse than anything I would felt before. This was not just a stalker. This was a ghost, a phantom who could appear and disappear at will, leaving behind only fear and doubt. He was not just watching me, he was playing with me. I scrolled through my phone, checking my apps, my email, my social media. Nothing. No new messages, no strange notifications, just the eerie silence. The same silence that had followed Mark's supposed disappearance. But this time, I knew better. This silence was not peace. It was the calm before the storm. My eyes fell on Whiskers, who had settled onto the rug, staring intently at the corner of the living room, near the ceiling. His ears were perked, his tail twitching slightly. He often did that, chasing imaginary dust motes, but tonight, it felt different. His gaze was fixed, unblinking. I followed his line of sight, my heart thumping. There, in the corner, almost invisible against the white paint, was a tiny, dark pinprick. Too small to be a nail hole. Too dark to be a speck of dirt. My blood ran cold. I grabbed a chair and climbed onto it, my hand shaking as I reached up. My finger brushed against something smooth, metallic, a tiny, almost imperceptible lens. A camera, my breath caught in my throat. It was there. It had been there all along, and if there was one, how many more? Hidden in the smoke detector, tucked into the bookshelf, inside the alarm clock by my bed. I stumbled off the chair, my legs weak. The walls of my apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like they were closing in, covered in unseen eyes. He had been watching me every single day, every single moment. He had seen me scrub my online life clean, seen me cower in fear, seen me finally, desperately, re-download Tinder. He had watched me prepare for the date, watched me leave, watched me return in a frantic panic. He had not vanished. He had just gone silent. He had created the vacuum, the isolation, knowing that eventually I would crack, knowing I would crave human connection, a sliver of normalcy. And then he would step in. He would become that normalcy, that connection, carefully crafted to be everything Mark was not. He had built Liam, brick by meticulous brick, from the crumbs of my desperate longing. A faint chime from my laptop startled me. I jumped, my eyes darting to the screen. An email from an unknown sender. The subject line simply read, "Missed you." I clicked on it, my finger trembling. The email contained only one sentence. Chillingly familiar, I told you. Darling, some things are harder to erase than others, and I am not going anywhere. We have so much more to talk about, you and I, starting with that cute little ginger cat of yours. He has been a very good boy. Attached to the email was a single image, a picture of Whiskers, asleep on my bed, taken just moments ago. From inside my apartment, my scream tore through the silent apartment, raw and guttural. It was not just a camera. He was here. He was inside. He had been here, watching, waiting, playing his twisted game. He was in my home, breathing the same air, touching my things. I scrambled backwards, my eyes frantically scanning every corner, every shadow. Whiskers, startled by my scream, hissed and darted under the sofa. Then, a soft click from my bedroom. My breath hitched. The door, which I had closed before leaving for the cafe, was now slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness, a gaping maw. A low, familiar voice drifted from within. A voice that sent ice through my veins. It was not Liam's smooth, charming tone. It was deeper, colder, laced with an unsettling familiarity that twisted my gut. You know, the voice purred. "I really do love what you have done with the place, especially that new painting in the hallway. It really brightens things up. You always did have such good taste. Darling." My legs gave out. I collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down my face. My mind screamed, "Mark!" He was here. He was in my bedroom. The figure stepped out of the bedroom, slowly, deliberately. He was not Liam. Not anymore. The charming facade had crumbled, revealing the true monster underneath. His eyes, no longer kind, gleamed with a chilling possessiveness. His smile was no longer charming. It was a grotesque parody, a triumphant sneer. He looked exactly like Mark, but somehow worse. Older, perhaps, with a gauntness that made his eyes seem even more sunken and intense. But it was undeniably him, the face that had haunted my nightmares for months. "You should not have come back to me through Tinder," he said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "You should have just known I was here, waiting. I am always here for you. Always have been. Always will be." He took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. I tried to scream again, but no sound came out. My throat was raw, my vocal cords paralyzed by terror. "See," he whispered, standing over me, his shadow engulfing me. "You needed me. You just did not know it yet. I knew you would get lonely. I knew you would come looking for connection, and I was right here, ready to give it to you. The right kind of connection, the only kind you will ever need." His hand reached out, slowly, deliberately, towards my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for impact, for pain, for anything. But his fingers were surprisingly gentle as they brushed a tear from my cheek. "Do not cry, darling," he murmured, his voice sickeningly tender. "The nightmare is finally over. You are safe now. With me." My eyes snapped open. His face was inches from mine, his smile wide and unnatural. In his eyes, I saw not just obsession, but a terrifying, unwavering conviction. He truly believed he was saving me. He truly believed this was love, and that was the most horrifying realization of all. He was not just a stalker. He was a captor, a tormentor, who had meticulously orchestrated my isolation, my fear, and my desperate plea for connection, all to lead me right back into his waiting arms. I was trapped in my own home, with him, and the silence that followed was not peace. It was the sound of a cage closing. The true nightmare had just begun, and Whiskers, from his hiding spot under the sofa, let out a soft, mournful meow, the only other witness to my living hell. Another story awaits right after this. The world outside the grindstone coffee shop was a blur of neon and rain-slicked asphalt. My legs, fueled by a primal, animalistic terror, pumped harder than they ever had before. I did not look back. I could not. The image of Ethan's predatory grin, the sound of his voice echoing Sarah Bear, was burned into my mind, a brand of pure, unadulterated dread. Every shadow seemed to stretch, to twist into his form, every distant siren a chilling reminder of his pursuit. My lungs burned, a raw, aching fire in my chest, but I pushed through it. I dodged bewildered pedestrians, ignored their startled glances. My only goal to put as much distance as possible between myself and him. The city, usually a comforting cacophony, now felt like a vast and different stage for my nightmare. Each street lamp seemed to cast me in a harsh, revealing light, making me feel exposed, vulnerable. Was he watching? Was he following? The thought was a cold, venomous tendril curling around my heart. My apartment building, a familiar, unassuming structure, suddenly loomed like a fortress I desperately needed to breach. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip them. The metal clanged against the lock, a deafening sound in the quiet hallway. Finally, with a click that sounded like the loudest noise in the world, the door swung open. I slammed it shut behind me, twisting the deadbolt, then the chain, then pushing the heavy armchair against it, as if a few inches of wood and metal could keep him out. The apartment was dark, silent, and suddenly, terrifyingly empty. The silence, once a comfort, now felt like a vacuum, sucking away my breath. I leaned against the door, gasping, my heart still hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My mind replayed his words, his chilling knowledge of my deepest fears, my secret nickname, Sarah Bear. The name felt like a violation, a dirty secret ripped from my soul. He knew. He knew everything. I stumbled through the living room, flipping on every light switch I could find. Lamps, overhead lights, even the small fairy lights strung around my bookshelf. I needed light, lots of it, to chase away the encroaching shadows that seemed to whisper his name. My eyes darted around the room, scrutinizing every corner, every piece of furniture. Was he here? Had he been here? The thought was a sickening jolt. I walked to the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction, peering down at the street below. Rain still fell, blurring the streetlights into hazy halos. No one. Just a few cars passing, their headlights cutting through the gloom. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by a fresh surge of adrenaline. I was not safe. I could not be... Not after what he said. My phone, still clutched in my hand, felt like a lead weight. Who could I call? My friends. What would I say? Hey, I just went on a Tinder date, and it turns out he is my stalker, who knows all my deepest fears and calls me a private nickname no one else knows. They would think I was crazy, or at least wildly exaggerating. The police, what evidence did I have? His words, terrifying as they were not physical threats. He had not touched me. He had not explicitly threatened violence. It was all implied, all psychological, and therefore all the more insidious. The feeling of being utterly alone, of having this horrifying secret festering inside me, was almost as bad as the fear of Ethan himself. I felt like I was back in that glass cage, watching my own life unfold, an observer in my own story, just as he had described. He had stolen my words, my fears, and now he was making them my reality. I decided to start with the basics. I went through my apartment, room by room, checking every window, every lock. The kitchen window, usually left slightly ajar for fresh air, was now firmly latched. The bathroom window, too. My bedroom, the place where I was supposed to feel safest, felt the most vulnerable. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. Just dust bunnies, and my own frantic reflection in the mirror. As I moved through the apartment, a new kind of dread began to settle in. He knew where I lived. He knew my nickname. He knew my deepest, most private thoughts. How could he possibly know? The journal, the one I kept hidden under the loose floorboard in my closet, was the only place I would written those things down. I raced to the closet, pulling out clothes, my heart pounding. I lifted the corner of the rug, then pressed down on the loose floorboard. It lifted with a familiar creak. My journal was still there, tucked away just as I would left it. I pulled it out, my fingers tracing the worn cover. I flipped through the pages, frantically searching for the entry he would quoted. And there it was. In my own messy handwriting, I feel trapped, like I am in a glass cage, watching my own life from a distance, an observer in my own story. My stomach lurched. If the journal was here, untouched, then how did he know? Had he broken in? Had he read it and then put it back, leaving no trace? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Or was it something else? Something more insidious? His talk of predictive algorithms and understanding people by seeing them when they think no one else is watching. It was not just data. It was something darker, something more invasive. I clutched the journal to my chest, my mind racing, trying to make sense of the impossible. The only other person who knew about the journal was no. It could not be my ex-boyfriend, Mark. We would broken up 6 months ago, and while it was messy, he was not malicious. He certainly was not a stalker. Was he? No. He did not know about the floorboard. Only I did. I spent the next few hours in a state of hypervigilance, every creak of the old building, every distant car alarm, sending jolts of panic through me. I could not sit still. I paced from window to door, peering out, listening. I tried to distract myself, to watch TV, but the images on the screen seemed distant, meaningless. My mind kept replaying Ethan's words, his smile, the way his eyes glittered. Around midnight, a strange thing happened. My phone, which I would placed on the coffee table, buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. My breath hitched. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen, before finally, slowly, tapping it open. It was a single image. A close-up, blurry photo of my front door, with the heavy armchair still propped against it, just as I would left it. And beneath the armchair, barely visible, was a small, white card. My blood ran cold. He was here. He was outside. He had taken a picture of my door, and he knew about the armchair. The card? What was on the card? I dropped the phone, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. My eyes darted to the door, then to the window. I could not see anything. But he was there. He was right there. A desperate urge to see what was on that card, to understand what he wanted, warred with an overwhelming need to stay hidden, safe behind my makeshift barricade. Curiosity, a dangerous, foolish impulse, won out. Slowly, cautiously, I crept towards the door. My hands were shaking again as I peered through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by the building's sparse lighting. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. Silence. Only the frantic thud of my own heart. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I slowly, silently, removed the armchair. Then, with extreme caution, I unlocked the chain, then the deadbolt. I pulled the door open just a crack, barely an inch, and peered out. There it was, a single, pristine white rose, laid neatly on my doormat. And tucked into its petals, a small, elegant card. My hand trembled as I reached out, snatching the rose and the card, then slammed the door shut, locking it again, replacing the armchair. I stared at the rose, its beauty, a stark contrast to the terror it represented. I unfolded the card. The message, written in elegant script, was short, chillingly personal. You can't run from yourself. Sarah Bear, the cage is always with you, but I can set you free. I am the only one who truly understands. My vision blurred. He was not just observing me. He was inside my head. He believed he was helping me. This was not a casual stalker. This was a twisted, deluded mind, convinced he was my savior. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I called in sick to work, inventing a vague illness. I could not bring myself to leave the apartment. Every shadow in the hallway, every distant cough from a neighbor, every creak of the building's ancient pipes sent my heart racing. I ate canned soup, too afraid to order delivery, too afraid to even open the blinds fully during the day. I tried to call the police again, but the conversation was frustratingly futile. Madam, he has not physically threatened you. He has not broken in. He sent a text and left a rose. We can file a report, but without more evidence, there is not much we can do. The officer's voice was polite, but dismissive. I could hear the unspoken crazy woman in his tone. I hung up, feeling more alone and helpless than ever. My phone became a source of dread. It rang constantly with unknown numbers which I never answered. Sometimes, voicemails would be left, just static, or sometimes, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, too distorted to make out but undeniably human. I started keeping it on silent, facing down, checking it only when I absolutely had to. Then came the nights. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. Every night, around 2 a.m., strange things would start happening. The lights in my apartment would flicker. Not just a momentary glitch, but a rhythmic, persistent flickering, like a Morse code message I could not decipher. Then, the sounds would start, faint, scratching noises from the walls, sometimes above me, sometimes beside me, like something was trying to get in, or was already in. One night, I was huddled in my bed, blankets pulled up to my chin, eyes wide open, listening to the incessant scratching. It sounded like it was coming from the wall behind my headboard. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to convince myself it was just mice. or the building settling. But then, a new sound cut through the scratching, a soft, almost imperceptible hum, a tune. It was the lullaby my mother used to sing to me when I was a child, a forgotten melody, buried deep in my subconscious, now dredged up and weaponized. My blood ran cold. My mother had died when I was young. No one else knew that lullaby. No one? I bolted upright, my heart a drum against my ribs. He was not just outside, he was inside the building. He was in the walls. Or at least, he was close enough to project sound into my apartment. He was playing with me, tormenting me, proving that there was no safe place, no sanctuary. I spent the rest of that night huddled in the corner of my living room, far from the walls, my gaze fixed on the door, a heavy frying pan clutched in my trembling hands. The lullaby continued, soft and insidious, until just before dawn. The next morning, I knew I could not stay. I had to get out. I did not know where to go. But anywhere was better than here, in this apartment that had become my personal prison. I needed to escape, to disappear. I started packing a small bag, just essentials, clothes, my wallet, my phone. My hands moved quickly, mechanically. I felt a strange sense of urgency, a desperate need to be gone before nightfall. As I folded a shirt, I heard a faint click. It came from my bedroom. The sound of my closet door, slowly, deliberately opening. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I had not opened it. I had not been in there since checking for the journal days ago. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was just my imagination, a trick of the light, the wind. But then, a whisper, clear as day, drifted from the bedroom, leaving so soon. Sarah Bear. My blood ran to ice. He was here. He was inside. I dropped the bag, the contents spilling onto the floor. My eyes darted around the living room, searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. The frying pan was still by the door. Too far. Do not be scared, his voice continued, a soft, soothing tone that was infinitely more terrifying than a shout. I just wanted to say goodbye, and to make sure you are taking everything you need. I slowly turned, my gaze fixed on the entrance to my bedroom. The closet door was indeed open, a sliver of darkness visible within. A tall, dark silhouette stood in the doorway, framed by the light from the living room. Ethan. He stepped into the living room, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a gentle, almost benevolent smile on his face. He looked exactly as he had at the coffee shop, impeccably dressed, handsome, completely unassuming. Except for his eyes. His eyes held a chilling, predatory gleam. You look surprised, he said, his voice a calm murmur. Did you really think I would not follow you home? That I would not make sure you were safe? That I would not ensure you had everything you needed for your journey? How? How did you get in? I whispered, my voice barely a croak. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, a way to escape. He chuckled softly. Oh, Sarah Bear, you really do not understand. Do you? I do not. Get in. I am just here. I have always been here. Watching, learning, understanding, he gestured around the apartment. This place, it is like a second skin to you. I know every creak, every shadow. I know where you hide your deepest fears. He paused, his gaze lingering on the now empty space where my journal had been. Even your little secrets. My stomach churned. The journal. I choked out. You read it. You put it back. He shook his head, his smile widening slightly. Oh no. Sarah Bear. I did not need to read it. Your words, your thoughts, they were already part of the pattern. Your fear of the glass cage, your feeling of being an observer in your own story, those are not just words on a page. They are part of your algorithm, your destiny. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the coffee table. My algorithms? Sarah Bear, they do not just predict. They understand, They see the underlying currents, the hidden desires, the unarticulated anxieties that shape a person. They showed me you, they showed me your pain, and they showed me that I was the only one who could truly see you, truly understand you. You are insane, I hissed, finding a sliver of defiance amidst the terror. His smile did not waver. Am I? Or am I simply seeing the world as it truly is? A vast network of interconnected patterns waiting to be understood, waiting to be guided. He took another step, closing the distance between us. You are lost. Sarah Bear, trapped in a life you do not control. But I can help you. I can show you the way out of your glass cage. I can make you the protagonist of our story. My eyes darted to the door, then to the window. Too far. He was between me and any escape. My mind raced, searching for any advantage, any distraction. He seemed to read my thoughts. Do not bother. Sarah Bear, there is no escaping the pattern. Not anymore. I have woven myself into your narrative. You are part of my design now. He held up his hand, and in his palm, nestled among his fingers, was a small, delicate silver key. My breath hitched. It was the spare key to my apartment, the one I kept hidden under a loose brick in the garden outside my building, the one I thought no one knew about. You really are predictable, you know, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Always trying to hide, always trying to run, but I am always one step ahead. Always watching, always waiting. He slowly, deliberately, closed his hand around the key. I have been waiting a long time for this. Sarah Bear, years, in fact, ever since I first saw you, a flicker in the vast ocean of data, a unique pattern, a soul crying out to be understood. What do you want? I whispered, my voice trembling, tears pricking at my eyes. His smile softened, becoming almost tender, which was somehow even more horrifying. I want to save you, Sarah Bear, from yourself, from this mundane, repetitive existence. I want to show you what it means to truly live, to truly be seen. He took another step, and now he was only a few feet away. His eyes, those glittering predatory eyes, held mine in an unyielding grip. And I want you to be with me, always. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who saw me not as a person, but as a puzzle to be solved, a pattern to be controlled. He did not want to hurt me, he wanted to possess me, to absorb me into his twisted reality. My gaze fell on a heavy ceramic vase on the coffee table. It was within reach. A desperate, primal instinct took over. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged, grabbing the vase, and swung it with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud against his head. Ethan staggered back, a grunt escaping his lips. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed into a look of pure, unadulterated rage. The benevolent smile vanished, replaced by a contorted mask of fury. A thin trickle of blood appeared at his temple. You little, he snarled, abandoning his calm facade. This was my chance. Before he could recover, before he could retaliate, I spun around and bolted for the door. My fingers fumbled with the locks, tearing at them, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The deadbolt, the chain, the handle. One by one, they yielded. I ripped the door open and burst out into the hallway, screaming. A raw, guttural scream ripped from the depths of my lungs, echoing through the silent building. I did not care who heard. I just needed someone, anyone, to know. I did not stop to look back. I did not stop to see if he was following. I just ran. Down the hallway, my bare feet slapping against the linoleum. Down the stairs, skipping steps, tumbling almost, but catching myself. I burst through the lobby doors, out into the night. The rain had stopped. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. I ran, blindly, tears streaming down my face, the cold night air stinging my lungs. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a park bench, gasping for breath, sobbing uncontrollably. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking, and dialed 911. This time, I did not care if they believed me. I just needed help. As I spoke, my voice hoarse and broken, describing the terror, the invasion, the blood on his temple, a chilling thought pierced through my panic. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been in my life. He had been watching me for years. He knew my patterns, my fear of the glass cage, my nickname, my lullaby, my spare key. And as I huddled on that park bench, shivering in the cold night, the police sirens wailing in the distance, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones that this was not over. This was just the beginning. Ethan, the man who understood my algorithm, who saw me when I thought no one else was watching, was still out there, and he would be watching always. The glass cage was not just a metaphor anymore. It was my reality, and I was still very much trapped inside it. What comes next is another personal moment. My blood ran cold. Mark had just uttered my cat's name. Midnight, a secret he should not know. The bar's cheerful din dissolved into a muffled roar as dread suffocated me. How did he know? My social media was locked down. I had not mentioned her. My heart hammered, my mouth dry, my mind screaming, "Run!" Mark's intense blue eyes, once captivating, now felt predatory, dissecting my fear as a slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. "Midnight," he purred, the name a chilling statement of his forbidden knowledge. This was not a coincidence. It was calculated. The quarry, my pink top. Living alone, he had not just Singe Freo Rodi, me. He had been watching, investigating. My stomach twisted into a knot of pure terror. "I need to go," I blurted, pushing my chair back. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my purse. Mark's hand, cold as ice, stopped me. "Do not worry, it is on me. After all, it is not every day you meet someone as intriguing as you..." Sarah. Intriguing felt sinister. I pulled my hand away, insisting I could pay, but he placed a 50 on the table, a gesture of unsettling dominance. "Let me walk you home," he offered, his voice smooth, but I saw the threat in his eyes. "No." I practically screamed, then softened it. "I prefer to walk alone." Without waiting, I bolted, weaving through the bar, not daring to look back. The cool night air offered little relief as paranoia gripped me. Every shadow, every passerby felt like a potential threat. My apartment was a 15-minute walk, each step a frantic beat against the suffocating fear that he was behind me, that he knew my home. What could I even say if I called for help? My Tinder date knows my cat's name. It sounded insane, but the terror was real. The cool night air was supposed to be a relief, a cleansing breath after the suffocating dread of the bar, but it did nothing. Instead, it felt like it was just carrying the echoes of Mark's purred midnight right into my ears. My chest was heaving, my lungs burning, even though I was not really running, just power walking at a pace that probably looked ridiculous. I kept telling myself to slow down, to not draw attention, but my legs had a mind of their own, propelling me forward like a scared rabbit. Every shadow felt like a lurking figure. Every car that slowed down even a little bit made my heart lurch into my throat. The streetlights, usually a comforting glow, now seemed to cast long, distorted shadows that danced and twisted with every step I took. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my neck stiff, my eyes darting frantically from one dark patch to the next. Was that him? Was he just around that corner? Had he somehow gotten ahead of me? My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions, each one more terrifying than the last. The worst part was the absolute helplessness. What could I even do? Call the police? Hi, yes, my Tinder date knows my cat's name and it freaked me out, so I ran away. They would probably tell me to calm down and block him. They would not understand the icy grip of fear that had taken hold of me, the way his eyes had looked, the sheer wrongness of it all. This was not just a weird guy, this was something darker, something calculated. He had not just seen me, he would been watching, investigating. My apartment was a 15-minute walk. 15 minutes felt like an eternity. Each step was a frantic beat against the suffocating fear that he was right behind me, that he knew exactly where I lived. The thought was a physical weight pressing down on my shoulders, making it hard to breathe. I focused on the mundane details of the walk, the cracked pavement, the chipped paint on a mailbox, anything to distract myself from the image of Mark's unsettling smile. But it was no use. His face was burned into my mind. Finally, my building came into view. It was an old brick building, nothing fancy, but it was home. My sanctuary, or at least it was supposed to be. Now, it just looked like a target. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly that the metal jingled loudly in the quiet night. My fingers felt numb, clumsy. I jammed the key into the lock, twisting it frantically, desperate to get inside. The door clicked open with a sound that seemed deafeningly loud in the silence. I slipped inside, slamming the door shut behind me, and immediately threw the deadbolt. Then the chain. Click, clunk, scrape. Each sound was a small victory against the growing dread. I leaned against the door, my forehead pressed against the cool wood, my eyes squeezed shut. I took a few shaky breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. I was safe. I was inside. He could not get me here. Right. I opened my eyes, and that is when I noticed it. The small, almost imperceptible detail that sent another jolt of ice through my veins. The welcome mat. It was a simple, slightly worn mat that said, "Home, sweet home." I always made sure it was perfectly straight, centered in front of my door. But now, it was crooked, just slightly askew, as if someone had nudged it with their foot. It was such a tiny thing, so insignificant, but in my heightened state of paranoia, it screamed at me. Someone had been here. Someone had been at my door. My stomach lurched. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the small hallway, then the living room beyond. Everything looked normal. The cushions on the couch were where I would left them, the remote was on the coffee table, a stack of books sat neatly beside my favorite armchair. But the feeling in the air felt heavy, charged, like someone had just left, and the lingering presence was still there, a ghost of an intruder. "Midnight," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No response. That was unusual. Midnight usually greeted me at the door, rubbing against my legs, purring up a storm. A fresh wave of panic washed over me. Where was she? I crept further into the apartment, every nerve ending tingling. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I checked the kitchen, then the bathroom. Nothing. No sign of Midnight. A cold dread began to coil in my gut. What if he had done something to her? The thought was unbearable, a fresh surge of terror that was even worse than my own fear. I walked into my bedroom, my eyes darting around the familiar space. The bed was made, the curtains drawn, just as I would left them this morning. But then I saw it. On my pillow, a small, intricately folded origami crane. It was made from a piece of paper, a faded yellow, and it sat there, stark against the white pillowcase. I did not own origami paper. I certainly had not left that there. My breath hitched. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a scream. This was not just a crooked mat. This was undeniable proof. He had been inside. He had been in my bedroom. The origami crane felt like a mockingbird, its delicate paper wings concealing a monstrous secret. I did not dare touch it. My eyes darted around the room, searching for other signs, other intrusions. My gaze landed on the window. It was a small window, overlooking the alleyway behind my building, usually kept locked and covered by thick curtains, but now the curtain was ever so slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible, and it was definitely unlocked. Not forced, not broken, just open, as if someone had simply unlatched it from the inside. He had not broken in. He had walked in. My mind reeled. How could he have gotten a key or picked the lock so easily? The implication was chilling. This was not his first time. He knew my apartment, knew its weaknesses. He would probably been in here before, perhaps even multiple times. The thought made my skin crawl. Every time I would been out, every time I would been asleep, he could have been here, watching, waiting, breathing my air. And midnight, my poor cat, where was she? My fear for myself was quickly overshadowed by a desperate need to find her, to know she was safe. Midnight, I called out, my voice cracking, louder this time. From under my bed, a tiny, hesitant meow. A sound of pure relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. She was here. She was safe. I dropped to my hands and knees, peering under the bed. Two luminous green eyes blinked back at me from the darkness. Midnight was curled up in a tight ball, pressed against the wall, her tail tucked in. She looked scared, her fur slightly bristled. She was not usually this shy. She was a brave cat, curious and outgoing. Seeing her like this, so clearly terrified, confirmed everything. She had seen him. She had been here when he was here. "Oh, baby," I whispered, reaching out a trembling hand. She slowly uncurled, her body still tense, and hesitantly rubbed her head against my fingers. I pulled her out from under the bed, scooping her into my arms, hugging her tightly. Her purr, usually a rumbling engine, was a quiet, shaky flutter against my chest. Holding her, I felt a surge of protectiveness, which quickly morphed back into raw, unadulterated fear. He was still out there. He knew where I lived. He had been inside my home. And he had left a message. That origami crane. I needed to call someone. Not the police, not yet. They would not get it. I needed to call a friend, someone who would believe me, who would understand the absolute terror I was feeling. My fingers fumbled for my phone in my purse, which I would dropped by the door in my haste. As I walked back towards the living room, cradling midnight, my eyes fell on the coffee table. My phone was there, not in my purse, but sitting neatly on the coffee table, right beside the remote. I never left it there. I always kept it in my purse, or charging by my bed. My heart seized. He had not just been in my bedroom, he had been everywhere. He had moved my phone. And then I saw the screen. It was open to my photo gallery. And the most recent photo was not one I had taken. It was a picture of midnight, curled up on my bed, fast asleep. A picture I had never seen before. The angle was slightly off, as if taken from the doorway. A choked gasp escaped my lips. He had taken a picture of my cat. With my own phone, while I was gone. This was not just stalking. This was a violation on an unimaginable level. He had not just been in my home, he had been living in it. For however long, he had used my phone, taken photos, left messages. He was playing a sick, twisted game. I dropped Midnight, who landed lightly on her feet, and stumbled backward, my legs giving out. I collapsed onto the couch, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My phone, still displaying Midnight's picture, lay on the coffee table like a ticking bomb. I could not stay here. Not another second. He could be watching me right now, through the window, through some hidden camera. The thought made me feel nauseous. I had to get out, but where could I go? My family lived hours away. My friends were scattered across the city, and I did not want to drag them into this nightmare. And what if he followed me? What if he was waiting outside? My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The front door was the only way out, but I was terrified of what might be on the other side. The window in my bedroom led to the alley, but it was a long drop, and I would be exposed. My gaze landed on the kitchen knife block, a set of sharp, gleaming blades. It was not much, but it was something. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, and crept into the kitchen. My hands were shaking so violently that I almost dropped the largest chef's knife when I pulled it free. The cold steel felt heavy and awkward in my grasp, But it was also a small comfort, a sliver of defiance against the overwhelming fear. Midnight rubbed against my legs, her purr a little stronger now, as if sensing my resolve. "We are leaving, girl," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "We are getting out of here." I grabbed my purse, shoved my phone inside without looking at it again, and clutched the knife tightly. I needed a plan. I could not just run blindly into the night. The alley. It was dark, but it was also less exposed than the front street. If I could get out the bedroom window, I could try to make a run for it, maybe hide in a neighbor's yard or try to flag down a taxi from a side street. It was a desperate plan, but it was the only one I had. I crept back into the bedroom, Midnight at my heels. The origami crane still sat on my pillow, a silent, mocking testament to his presence. I ignored it. Focusing on the window, I pushed the curtain aside, revealing the darkened alleyway below. It was about a 10-foot drop, easily manageable if I could land right. I swung the window open, the creak of the old frame sounding like a gunshot in the silent apartment. I looked down into the darkness, a shiver running down my spine. This was it. Just as I was about to hoist myself onto the sill, I heard it, a faint scraping sound. From the living room, my blood ran cold. Again. He was still here. I froze, the knife clenched in my hand, my heart hammering against my ribs. Midnight let out a low growl, a sound I would never heard from her before. Her hackles raised, staring intently at the bedroom door. The scraping sound came again, closer this time. It sounded like something being dragged across the floor, or perhaps a chair. My mind raced. He must have been hiding where? Under the couch. In the closet. He had been here the whole time, watching me, waiting for me to discover his cruel little game. I backed away from the window, pressing myself against the wall. The knife held out in front of me like a flimsy shield. My breath caught in my throat. I could hear him moving now, a soft, rhythmic thudding that grew steadily louder. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Coming towards my bedroom door, Midnight hissed, a ferocious sound for such a small cat. Her eyes wide and fixed on the door. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed, ready to scream, to fight, to do anything to protect myself and my cat. Then, a voice, low, smooth, and utterly chilling. "Sarah." Mark purred. His voice was muffled through the door, but it was undeniably him. "You forgot something." A piece of paper slid under the door. It was the faded yellow origami crane. My blood ran cold for the third time that night. He had been in my bedroom, taken the crane, and was now sliding it back to me. He was playing with me. He was enjoying my terror. I stared at the crane, then at the door, my mind a blank slate of pure, unadulterated fear. He was right there, on the other side of that flimsy door. "Do not worry," his voice continued, a soft, insidious whisper that seemed to seep through the very walls. "I am not going anywhere. We have all the time in the world. Sarah." Midnight and I. The last two words were spoken with a sickening fondness, a possessiveness that made my stomach churn. He did not just know my cat's name. He saw her as his too. My grip on the knife tightened, my knuckles white. There was no escape. Not through the window, not through the front door. He was playing a game, and I was trapped in his twisted playground. The cool night air outside offered no relief, no escape, only the terrifying knowledge that Mark, the man from Tinder, was now the monster in my home, and he was not leaving. Not yet. This was just the beginning. And now, a new story comes in. My blood ran cold the moment Mark uttered Midnight's name. The bar's cheerful din dissolved into a muffled roar as dread suffocated me. How did he know? My social media was locked down. I had not mentioned her. His intense blue eyes, once captivating, now felt predatory. His slow smile, a chilling statement of forbidden knowledge. This was not a coincidence. It was calculated, He had not just seen me, he would have been watching, investigating. My stomach twisted into a knot of pure terror. I bolted from the bar, leaving his unsettling offer to walk me home ringing in my ears. The cool night air offered no relief. Paranoia gripped me, turning every shadow, every passerby into a potential threat. My heart hammered, each step a frantic beat against the suffocating fear that he was behind me, that he knew my home. What could I even say to the police? My Tinder date knows my cat's name. It sounded insane, but the terror was real. Reaching my building felt like a small victory, yet the dread clung to me. My hands fumbled for the keys, shaking so badly the metal jingled loudly. Inside, I threw every lock, leaning against the cool wood, trying to convince myself I was safe. Then I saw it. My welcome mat, usually perfectly straight, was slightly askew. A tiny detail, but it screamed at me. Someone had been here. Someone had been at my door. A fresh wave of panic washed over me. I crept further into the apartment, every nerve ending tingling. Everything looked normal, but the air felt heavy, charged. "Midnight," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No response. She always greeted me. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. As the terrifying realization dawned, my cat was gone. My cat was gone. The words echoed in my head, each syllable a hammer blow to my sanity. Midnight, my sweet, shadow-furred companion, the only living thing I truly trusted, was just gone. It was not possible. She could not have just vanished. She was an indoor cat, a creature of habit and comfort. She was always there. Midnight. This time, my voice was louder, laced with a desperate edge. I checked under the sofa, behind the curtains, inside the bathroom. Every nook, every cranny, every place she might hide for a nap. Nothing. The apartment, usually so full of her quiet presence, felt hollow, vast and utterly empty. The silence was a physical weight, pressing down on me, suffocating me. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. This was not just a coincidence. Not anymore. Mark had not just known her name. He had taken her. The welcome mat, the askew angle. It was not just someone at my door. Someone had been inside. My home, my sanctuary, had been violated, and the perpetrator was the man I would just had a drink with. My phone felt like a lead weight in my trembling hand. Who do you even call? The police? Hi, yes, my Tinder date kidnapped my cat because he knew her name, and now she is gone. They would laugh me out of the station. They would tell me to check the local shelter, or that cats run away. But Midnight did not run away. She was my shadow, my tiny purring guardian. I paced the apartment, my mind racing, a frantic hamster on a wheel. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every creak of the building settled my nerves further into a tight, agonizing knot. I had to find her. I had to. Suddenly, my eyes landed on something out of place. On my kitchen counter, right next to the fruit bowl, was a small, crudely drawn sketch. It was a picture of Midnight, curled up, sleeping. But it was not just any picture. It was drawn on a napkin, the kind you get at a bar. The bar. My breath hitched. He had drawn this tonight. He had drawn this while I was with him. And then, somehow, he had gotten into my apartment and left it here. My blood ran cold. Again. This was not just a random act. It was a sick, twisted game. A message. I was here. I took her, and I can get in whenever I want. Fumbling for my phone. I scrolled to Mark's number. My finger hovered over the call button, but then I hesitated. What would I say? What would he say? Would he deny it? Or worse, would he confirm it? His voice dripping with that same predatory amusement I would heard at the bar. I could not give him the satisfaction. Not yet. I needed to think. I needed a plan. I called 911. My cat's been stolen. I choked out, trying to sound coherent, and I think someone broke into my apartment. The dispatcher, a calm, professional voice, asked for my address. "Did you see anyone, madam? Is there any sign of forced entry?" "No, no forced entry," I stammered, looking around, but my welcome mat was moved, and my cat is gone. And Sika, and he left a drawing, a pause. "Madam, we will send an officer to take a report, but without signs of forced entry, and for a missing pet, it might be difficult to proceed immediately as a break-in." My heart sank. Just as I would feared, they would not take me seriously. It sounded flimsy, insane. A single officer arrived about an hour later. He was polite, but his eyes held that subtle skepticism. I showed him the askew mat, the empty apartment, the chilling drawing. He took notes, asked questions about Mark, about our date. He even took the napkin, carefully bagging it. "We will look into it, madam," he said, his voice kind but non-committal. "Keep your doors locked. If you see this mark again, or if anything else happens, call us immediately." He left, and the silence he left behind felt even heavier, more oppressive. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. The next few hours were a blur of restless pacing and frantic Googling. How to find a missing cat, what to do if you suspect stalking. Every article, every forum post just amplified my terror. I tried to calm myself, to think logically, but logic had abandoned me the moment I saw that empty spot where midnight should have been. My phone buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping it. It was an unknown number. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at it, a cold dread seeping into my bones. It had to be him. I did not answer. It rang 4 times, then stopped. A moment later, a text message came through. "Hello. Did you like my little gift? She is quite comfortable. I assure you." My hand shook so violently, I almost dropped the phone. It was him. He was not just a stalker, he was a tormentor. He was playing with me. I typed out a furious reply, my fingers flying across the screen. "Where is she?" "What do you want?" His response came almost immediately. "Patience, patience. We are just beginning, and what I want is you to play." A wave of nausea washed over me. He was not just obsessed with me. He wanted to control me, to break me. This was not about love or infatuation. It was about power. And he had midnight. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my sofa, the lights on, every lock bolted, staring at my phone, waiting for the next message, the next move in his sick game. Sleep was an impossible luxury. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I was a prisoner in my own home, a terrorized animal waiting for the hunter to make his next move. The next morning, the terror had solidified into a cold, hard resolve. I was not going to just sit there and be his plaything. I needed to fight back. But how? I had no idea where he lived, what he did, who he was beyond a Tinder profile and a terrifying smile. I scrolled through our old Tinder messages. They were innocuous, charming even. He seemed normal, witty. A chill ran down my spine. How long had he been planning this? How long had he been watching me, observing my routine, learning about midnight, before even matching with me? Then I remembered something. In one of our early conversations, he would mention his job. "I work with data," he would said, "lots of information, lots of patterns." At the time, I would thought it was vague, but harmless. Now, it sounded sinister. A data analyst, someone who knew how to dig, how to find information. My minimal online presence would not have been a challenge for him. Another text from Mark. This one was a picture. It was midnight. She was curled up on a plush velvet cushion, a small bowl of food next to her. She looked calm, even content. My heart ached at the sight of her. But something was off. Around her neck, instead of her usual simple collar, was a small, ornate locket. She looks beautiful in her new necklace, does not she? A gift from me. A little reminder. My blood ran cold. A reminder of what? Of his ownership. Of his control. I felt a surge of rage, so intense, it momentarily eclipsed my fear. I typed back, "What is in the locket?" Curiosity killed the cat, they say, but satisfaction brought it back. If you want to know, you have to earn it. He was setting up a scavenger hunt, a game. He wanted to see me squirm, to watch me dance to his tune. I would not give him the pleasure, but I had to. Midnight was in his hands. "What do you want me to do?" I typed, my fingers hovering over the send button, a profound sense of defeat washing over me. Ah, good girl. First, go to the park where we almost had our first date. Remember, the one with the big oak tree by the pond. There is something waiting for you there. Do not disappoint me. And no police. If I see a uniform, Midnight suffers. My stomach twisted. He was watching. He knew where I lived, what I was doing. He knew everything. I dressed quickly, pulling on a hoodie and a baseball cap, trying to make myself less recognizable, though I knew it was futile. He knew me. He knew my soul. The park was only a few blocks away, a place I usually loved. Now, it felt like a trap. Every person I passed seemed to be looking at me, judging me, knowing my secret. The sun was out, children were playing, but the world felt muted, unreal. I felt like I was walking through a nightmare. I found the big oak tree by the pond. There, tied to a low branch, was a small, brightly colored ribbon. My heart hammered. I untied it. Attached was a small, folded piece of paper. Check under your favorite bookstore bench. The one you told me about, where you used to read for hours. My favorite bookstore. Another detail I would casually shared with him during our brief conversations. He had absorbed every crumb of information, every personal detail, and weaponized it. The bookstore was a few more blocks away, a cozy, independent shop with a worn wooden bench outside. I walked, my legs feeling heavy, my mind a storm of fear and anger. When I reached the bookstore, the bench was empty. I knelt, my hands shaking, and felt underneath. My fingers brushed against something taped to the underside. It was a small, sealed plastic bag. Inside was another note, and something else. The note read, "Good. You are playing now. Open the locket, and then call me." My blood ran cold. I had the locket, but how? I looked closer at the plastic bag. Inside, nestled next to the note, was a tiny silver locket, identical to the one Midnight was wearing in the picture, and a tiny key, no bigger than my fingernail. He had sent me on a wild goose chase, not for information, but for the very item he would use to taunt me. He was playing with my mind, demonstrating his absolute control. I found a quiet corner, away from the bustling street, and with trembling fingers, I used the tiny key to open the locket. Inside, there was not a picture or a message. There was a single, small, perfectly preserved whisker. Midnight's whisker. A sob escaped my lips. He had plucked a whisker from her, a piece of her. It was a gesture so intimate, so invasive, so utterly devoid of empathy, that it chilled me to my core. He was not just a stalker, he was a sadist. My phone rang. It was the unknown number, again. This time, I answered, "Hello." My voice was barely a whisper. "Did you find your prize?" Mark's voice, smooth and calm, sent shivers down my spine. It was the voice of the predator who had cornered his prey. "What do you want?" "Mark," I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "Just tell me what you want, and let her go." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "I told you. I want to play And I want you to understand what it feels like to have someone truly know you, to be seen completely, every little detail. This is not knowing me. Mark, I snarled, trying to inject some defiance into my voice. This is terrorizing me. This is sick. Oh, but it is knowing you, he purred. I know your morning coffee order. I know the way you always leave your keys on the little hook by the door. I know you hum a little tune when you do the dishes. I know midnight sleeps on your pillow, curled up against your head. I know everything. My blood ran cold. He had been in my apartment, not just once, but multiple times. He had watched me, observed me, learned my most intimate habits. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The askew mat was not just a sign of entry, it was a deliberate message, a twisted calling card. Where is she? I demanded, my voice trembling. Tell me where midnight is. Soon, he said, his voice laced with amusement. But first, another task. Go back to your apartment. You will find a package waiting for you at your door. Inside, there is a small box. Bring it to the old abandoned pier, the one out past the industrial district. You know, the one, be there at sunset. And come alone. If you do not, or if you bring anyone else, you will never see midnight again. Understand, the old, abandoned pier, it was a desolate, decaying place, far from any residential areas, perfect for someone who wanted to disappear or make someone else disappear. My mind screamed at me not to go. But midnight, my beautiful, innocent midnight, I raced back to my apartment, my heart pounding with a mix of dread and faint hope. At my door, just as he said, was a small, plain brown package. My hands shook as I tore it open. Inside was a sturdy cardboard box, sealed with tape. It felt heavy. Too heavy. I did not open it. I could not yet. I knew with a sickening certainty that whatever was inside, it would not be good. The hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. I sat, staring at the box, my mind a whirl of terrifying possibilities. Was midnight inside? Was she alive? Was this some kind of sick, macabre joke? As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, I knew I could not put it off any longer. I picked up the box. It was indeed heavy, and something shifted slightly inside, making a faint rustling sound. I almost dropped it. The walk to the pier felt like a death march. The industrial district was deserted, warehouses looming like silent, decaying giants. The air grew colder, heavy with the smell of salt and decay. The pier itself was a skeletal structure, rotting wood stretching out into the murky water, the waves lapping against the pilings with a mournful sound. Mark was there. He stood at the very end of the pier, a silhouette against the setting sun, his hands in his pockets, a casual stance that belied the horror of the situation. My breath caught in my throat. He looked perfectly normal, perfectly calm, the monster hiding behind a charming smile. You came, he said, his voice carrying clearly across the empty pier. There was a smug satisfaction in his tone. Good girl. I stopped a safe distance away, clutching the box to my chest. Where is she? Mark, is she in here? My voice cracked. He gestured to the box. Open it. My hands trembled so much I could barely unfasten the tape. I slowly lifted the flaps. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft shredded paper, was a cat carrier. My cat carrier. And inside the carrier, curled up and looking up at me with wide, terrified eyes, was midnight. Midnight? I cried, a wave of relief so powerful it almost buckled my knees. She was alive. She was unharmed. But then I saw it, the locket around her neck, and the tiny, almost invisible wire that ran from it, disappearing into the shredded paper. My relief instantly evaporated, replaced by a fresh surge of terror. She is fine, Mark said, his voice devoid of emotion. For now. He took a step closer. But you see that locket. It is not just a gift. It is a tracker. And it is also a trigger. One wrong move, and the collar tightens. Slowly, until he let the implication hang in the air. A chilling threat. "You are insane," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "No," he said, shaking his head slightly. "I am just thorough, and I understand connection. The bond between you and Midnight, it is beautiful. And now, it is mine to control. What do you want from me?" I pleaded, desperation coloring my voice. "Just tell me, I will do anything." "I want you to understand what it is like to truly belong to someone," he said, his blue eyes glinting in the fading light. "To have your every move, every thought, every emotion observed and appreciated, to know that someone cares enough to delve into the very fabric of your being. That is not care. Mark, that is obsession. That is torture." He took another step, closing the distance between us. "You will learn to appreciate it. You will learn that this kind of attention is rare. Most people live their lives unseen, unheard, but not you. Not anymore. I see you. I hear you. And I know you." I instinctively recoiled, clutching the carrier tighter. Midnight let out a soft meow, pressing her head against the bars. "Now," Mark continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, "we have a choice. You can take your cat, go home, and pretend this never happened. But the locket stays on, and I will be watching always. Or you can try to fight me. And if you do," he gestured vaguely towards the water, "well, let us just say Midnight's new necklace has a very unique pressure sensor, and this pier is very old, very unstable." My heart pounded. He was not just threatening Midnight, he was threatening me. He was giving me a choice, but it was no choice at all. Live under his constant surveillance or risk both our lives in a desperate, unwinnable fight. What if I call the police? I challenged, trying to sound brave. He chuckled, a low, chilling sound, "And tell them what? That your cat is wearing a fancy new collar that might be a torture device. They would laugh you out of the precinct, and by the time they even considered it, Midnight would be long gone. Or worse." He smiled then, a slow, predatory smile that made my blood run cold. "Besides, I have a very convincing alibi for tonight. And for every night." I looked at Midnight, her eyes wide, trusting. I could not risk her. I could not risk anything. My life, my freedom, had been snatched away in a single terrifying encounter. "I will take her home," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "But you are not getting away with this." His smile widened. Oh, but I already have. You see, I am not a villain in a story. I am just a man who appreciates the details. And now, you are a detail in my story. Every single one of them." I turned, clutching the carrier, my world crumbling around me. As I walked away from the pier, the setting sun casting long, ominous shadows, I could feel his eyes on my back. I knew he was watching. I knew he always would be. My life was not my own anymore. It belonged to Mark, the man who knew my cat's name, and now controlled my every breath. The cool night air offered no relief. Paranoia had become my constant companion, and the terror, a chilling, permanent resident in my soul. I was home, but I was no longer safe. I would never be safe again. Up next, another story worth listening to. I forced a weak smile, but I think I am actually starting to feel a bit better, and it is getting late. I should probably head home. Mark's smile did not waver, but his eyes narrowed just a fraction. Already, we have barely scratched the surface. I was thinking we could grab dessert somewhere. There is a great little place a few blocks from here, famous for its cheesecake. A few blocks from here. A few blocks from my apartment. I realized with a jolt. He was not guessing he knew. My stomach lurched. "Oh, that sounds lovely." I lied, forcing regret into my voice. "But I really do have an early start tomorrow. Big presentation. I can't risk being tired." He chuckled then, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers down my spine, confirming he saw right through me. My blood ran cold, and the comfortable hum of the bar, which moments ago had felt like a refuge, now pressed in on me like a coffin lid. Mark's eyes, those supposedly kind eyes, were now fully predatory, glinting with an unsettling amusement. He knew I was lying, and he did not care. In fact, he seemed to enjoy my discomfort, my transparent attempts to escape. "A big presentation, huh?" he drawled, leaning back in his chair, his gaze unwavering, almost possessive. "Well, I would not want to keep you from that. But I can walk you to your car, at least, or your apartment, since it is just a few blocks away, right?" My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo echoing in my ears. He was not asking, he was stating he knew I did not have a car. He knew I walked home, and he knew exactly where home was. Every cell in my body screamed in protest, but my voice felt stuck in my throat. I just shook my head, trying to project a calm I was far from feeling. "No, really, I am fine. I can just grab a cab." Another lie. I did not even have a taxi app on my phone. I usually just walk, and the thought of calling an Uber and having him see the driver pull up to my street felt just as dangerous. He just smiled, that same chilling, unwavering smile. "Suit yourself, then," but it was a pleasure. "Sarah. A real pleasure. I hope your presentation goes well." He emphasized my name almost like a caress, and the casual mention of the presentation, a detail I would just fabricated, felt like a twisted reminder that he knew everything. I mumbled a quick "you too," grabbed my purse, and practically bolted from the booth. My legs felt shaky, but I forced myself to walk, not run, towards the exit. The bar felt like a trap, and every face I passed seemed to blur into a potential accomplice. I did not dare look back. I just focused on the swinging door, the promise of the cold night air outside. Stepping out onto the busy street, I sucked in a ragged breath. The cool air was a shock to my lungs, but it did little to calm the firestorm in my gut. I did not know what to do. My apartment was only a 10-minute walk, but the thought of walking there, knowing Mark might be watching, might even be following, was terrifying. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy. Should I call a friend? The police? What would I even say? My Tinder date knows too much about my missing cat and my address, and he just smiled at me weirdly. They would tell me to block him and be careful. They would not understand the bone-deep dread that had settled into my bones. I decided to try and lose him. I turned right, then left, darting through a small alleyway I knew led to another street, hoping to break any line of sight he might have. My heart was still pounding, but the physical act of moving, of trying to outsmart him, gave me a sliver of control. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my eyes scanning every shadow, every passing car, every lone figure on the sidewalk. Each time, I saw nothing but the feeling of being watched, of his calculating gaze still on me, was suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached my street. It was a quiet, tree-lined road, usually comforting, but tonight it felt desolate, exposed. My apartment building was an old brick structure 3 stories high, with a small, dimly lit lobby. I did not see anyone. The street was empty. Maybe I had lost him. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But the thought offered little comfort. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The lock clicked and I pushed open the heavy front door, stepping into the dimly lit lobby. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. I practically ran up the stairs, my breath catching in my throat with every creak of the old wood. Finally, I reached my door number 2B. I shoved the key in, twisted the knob, and practically fell inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The silence of my apartment, usually a balm, was now deafening. I leaned against the door, my chest heaving, trying to catch my breath. I was home. I was safe. I had to be safe. I locked the deadbolt, then the chain, and even pushed a small chair against the door for good measure. My hands were still trembling, and my entire body felt like it was humming with residual adrenaline. I walked through my small living room, flicking on every light switch I could find. The sudden brightness felt harsh, but it chased away the shadows, which, in my current state, felt like they could be hiding anything. I checked every window, making sure they were locked, pulling down the blinds. I even peered through the peephole on the front door, seeing nothing but the empty hallway. Slowly, the adrenaline began to recede, replaced by a cold, sickening dread. Mark's words, his smile, the way he knew about midnight, about my apartment, they all swirled in my mind. How could he know so much? My Tinder profile was vague. My social media was locked down. I had not posted anything about Midnight's disappearance publicly, only told a few close friends. The only person I would really opened up to about it was my therapist, and she was strictly confidential. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a good guesser. Maybe he would seen me around. Maybe he lived in the neighborhood, but the specific details, the chilling accuracy of his knowledge, gnawed at me. He knew Midnight was a cat. He knew her name. He knew about the chilling silence since her disappearance. That was not something you just guessed. I walked into the kitchen, my stomach still churning. I needed water, something to calm my nerves. As I reached for a glass, my phone buzzed on the counter. I nearly dropped it. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the screen. My breath held. It was an unknown number. My finger hovered over the screen, my mind racing. Should I answer? What if it was Mark? What if it was someone else? Then, a text message popped up from the same unknown number. Hope you got home safe. Sarah, maybe next time we can find that cheesecake place. It is really just a few blocks from your building. You probably pass it all the time. My blood ran cold. My entire body went rigid. It was Mark. He was not just guessing. He knew I lived a few blocks from that specific cheesecake place. And the way he phrased it, you probably pass it all the time, it was not just a statement. It was a veiled warning, a chilling reminder that he knew my routines, my habits. It felt like he was telling me, I see you. I dropped the phone on the counter as if it had burned me. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. He had followed me. He must have. Or worse, he had been waiting. My eyes darted around my apartment, no longer a sanctuary but a potential trap. The locked doors, the drawn blinds, they felt flimsy, useless. He knew I was here. He knew I was alone. Panic, hot and sharp, flared in my chest. I felt like a cornered animal, every nerve ending screaming. What do I do? What do I do? I scrolled through my contacts, my finger hovering over my best friend, Emily. But what could she do? She lived across town. Then, a subtle sound. A faint, almost imperceptible click. It came from the living room. I froze. My breath held. My eyes darted towards the sound. The living room was brightly lit, but the old building always made strange noises. The pipes, the wind, the neighbors. I tried to rationalize it away, to tell myself it was nothing. But deep down, I knew this was not a normal creak. This was different. I slowly, cautiously, walked towards the living room, my eyes scanning every inch of the space. Everything looked normal. The sofa, the coffee table, the bookshelf, nothing seemed out of place. But the feeling, that gut-wrenching certainty that something was wrong, persisted. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Then I saw it. On the coffee table, next to a stack of magazines, was a small, plush toy mouse. It was Midnight's favorite toy, the one she always carried around in her mouth, the one she would bat under the couch for me to retrieve. I had not seen it in weeks, Not since she disappeared. I would looked everywhere, torn the apartment apart, searching for any sign of her, and this toy had been nowhere to be found. I was certain it had been under the sofa, or perhaps even lost in the hallway during her disappearance. But now it was sitting neatly on the coffee table, as if placed there deliberately. My blood ran colder than ice. My mind reeled. This was not possible. I would clean this table a dozen times. I would search this room meticulously. This toy had not been there. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had been here, and they had left this, a macabre calling card. My eyes snapped to the front door, then to the windows. All locked, all secure, but the toy was undeniable. He had been here. He had been inside. He had been waiting for me. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. The locks, the chain, the chair, they were all useless. He had not just followed me, he would been inside my home. And then it clicked. Midnight. Her disappearance. The way he knew everything. He had not just stalked me online, he had not just followed me. He was involved. He had taken her. He had been in my apartment before, and the chilling silence he would mention. He knew it firsthand because he was the one who had created it. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to scream, to vomit, to run until my lungs burst. But I was frozen, paralyzed by a terror so profound it felt like my soul was being ripped from my body. I felt exposed, violated, utterly helpless. My phone buzzed again. I did not need to look. I knew it was him. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage, beating against my ribs, desperate to escape. Slowly, with trembling hands, I picked up the phone. The screen glowed with a new message. Did you find what you were looking for? Sarah, Midnight misses you too. She has been very good, very quiet. Just like you, soon. The words were a hammer blow, shattering any remaining shred of sanity I had. Just like you, soon. It was not just about Midnight. It was about me. The way was not just a stalker, he was a predator, and I was his next target. I stared at the toy mouse on the coffee table, then back at my phone. The apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a tomb. I was no longer safe. I was trapped, and he was out there, probably just outside my building, watching, waiting for his next move. My mind raced. A chaotic storm of fear and adrenaline. I could not stay here. I could not. But where could I go? He knew my apartment. He knew my routine. He knew me. I had to get out. Now. I moved with a desperate, frantic energy. A primal instinct for survival overriding the paralyzing fear. I grabbed my purse, clutching it like a lifeline. My keys were still in the lock. I snatched them, my fingers fumbling. I did not dare go for my phone again. It felt like a direct line to him. I crept towards the front door, every shadow seeming to stretch and twist into menacing shapes. The old floorboards creaked under my feet, each sound amplified in the terrifying silence. I slowly, carefully unlocked the chain, then the deadbolt. My hand hovered over the doorknob. What if he was right outside? What if he was waiting in the hallway? I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I had to take the chance. I could not stay in this apartment, knowing he had been inside, knowing he was watching. With a sudden burst of courage, I yanked the door open and peered out into the hallway. It was empty, dimly lit, as usual, but empty. I did not hesitate. I slipped out, pulling the door shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. There was no point. I practically flew down the stairs, skipping 2 steps at a time, my heart hammering. My only thought was to get out of the building, to get to the street, to find people, to find safety. As I reached the lobby, my eyes darted towards the front door. It was slightly ajar. Just a crack, cold draft swept into the lobby, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else. Something metallic, almost like blood. My stomach lurched. He had not just been in my apartment. He was still here, in the building. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I could hear a faint sound coming from outside, just beyond the door. A soft, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails on concrete. War Mamtol Delay something else. I pressed myself against the wall, my eyes wide with terror. Straining to hear, the scratching stopped. Then, a low, guttural purr. It was not midnight. It was deeper, rougher, more menacing. It was a sound that sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated fear through my entire being. My eyes darted around the lobby. No one, just the dim lights, the heavy silence, and the open door leading to whatever horror awaited me outside. I could not go back up. I could not stay here. I had to run. With another surge of desperate energy, I lunged for the door, pushing it open wider, and burst out onto the street. The street was dark, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows. My eyes frantically scanned the area. There was no one. The street was empty. The purring sound was gone. The scratching was gone. Just the usual night sounds, a distant siren, the hum of traffic from a few I hesitated for a split second, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? Was he playing games with me? Then, my gaze fell upon something on the sidewalk, right next to the entrance of my building. A small, dark stain. And next to it, a single black cat collar, adorned with a tiny silver bell. Midnight's collar. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. It was not just a stain, it was a dark, viscous pool, still glistening under the faint streetlight. And the scent. It was unmistakably blood. My legs gave out from under me. I crumpled to the ground, my hands flying to my mouth to stifle a scream that threatened to tear through me. He had been here. He had done something. The purr. The scratching. It all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. And then, from the shadows across the street, a figure emerged. Tall, silhouetted against the distant glow of the city. He stepped into the faint light, and I saw his face. Mark! His smile was wider now. A slow, deliberate curve of his lips. His eyes, those calculating, predatory eyes, were fixed on me. They held no warmth, no kindness, only a chilling triumph. He raised a hand, not waving, but a slow, almost regal gesture, as if acknowledging a performance well played. I scrambled backwards, my hands scraping against the rough concrete, my eyes never leaving him. He took a step forward, then another, slowly, deliberately, closing the distance between us. My mind screamed, "Run! Run now!" But my body would not obey. I was paralyzed, a gazelle caught in the gaze of a lion, but this time, the lion was no longer just watching. It was moving in for the kill. I finally found my voice, a raw, guttural cry that tore from my throat. "No! Stay away from me!" He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that echoed in the quiet street, a sound that would forever haunt my nightmares. "Now, Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, yet it carried clearly in the night. "Do not be like that. We have barely scratched the surface." I pushed myself up, my legs still shaky, but a desperate, primal urge for survival overriding everything else. I turned and ran. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, frantically, down the street, away from my apartment, away from Mark, away from the horrifying reality of what had just happened. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the sounds of the city swallowed the terrifying echoes of his voice. I do not know if he followed me. I never looked back. I just kept running, finally collapsing into a gas station at the edge of town, sobbing hysterically, begging the startled attendant to call the police. They came, they took my statement, They went to my apartment. They found the blood stain. They found Midnight's collar, but they found no trace of Mark. No fingerprints, no witnesses, just the lingering, chilling evidence of a predator who had chosen me. I never went back to that apartment. I moved cities, changed my number, scrubbed my online presence clean, but the memory of that night, the cold dread, Mark's predatory smile, and the image of Midnight's collar on the blood-stained concrete, it never leaves me. I still feel his eyes on me sometimes. Even now, years later, I still hear that low, guttural purr in the darkest hours of the night. And I know, deep down, that he is still out there. Watching, waiting, and that the chilling silence he created for Midnight and promised for me is always just a few blocks away. You have reached the end of today's Daily Story episode. We hope today's story offered something meaningful to you. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. We hope to see you again in the next episode.